Alright, we're going live super early. Hello, folks. Actually get some time to do some settlement building today. Actually, what we're going to end up doing is spending time... Oh no, the Hammer Brothers are back. We're going to be spending more time working out all of my streaming settings here, because I'm now going to be running 4 different pieces of software to record this, and hopefully this will allow me to get all the information we need without stuttering. So as soon as any of you guys is in chat and can hear me, if you want to let me know if my volumes are good. Try and get this all wires all good here. Alright, what is going on with my chat? I can see. There's my chat. Hey, there we go. Hello, folks. Can you hear me? Alright, just when we hear you. Fantastic. I had a great vacation. Thank you. Volume is good, cool. So I'm gonna do a little test run here where I hit record on everything, and you guys can tell me if everything starts stuttering again, which is what we were having last time. So let's see. I've got this fancy capture card on one system. So what I'm gonna end up having to do is I've got. Oops, what happened there? Uh-oh, something went crazy here. Give me a moment. But I'm gonna be recording my video with one piece of software, my mic with another, and then the game audio with a third piece of software, plus the streaming software. So let's see if we get this working. Although right now, I've got no screen, so that's not good. Give me a second. Hopefully you guys can actually see this, because I see nothing right now. Okay, now I have screen again, but my computer with the capture card appears to have crashed. Oy, oy, oy. I think I said this on stream last week, but a couple weeks ago I had a real nasty power cycle. Like the power went browned out real bad, and pretty sure it fried something on one or both of my computers. Alright, it's funny, I can still hear the sound in the game. I just have nothing on my screen. Okay, now there's something there. Oop, what's going on here? Everything's flickering. Let's check my... Nope, that's not what I want. Move this over here. It's coming out in Spanish. That's amazing. Alright, let's get this over here. You can see the game just fine. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, if you're new to the stream, it's not going to get exciting until 9 o'clock, if at all. Right now I'm just dicking around with my configuration, trying to get all of my different pieces of software to work in harmony. Which may or may not ever happen, because my computer does not like me streaming and recording with OBS simultaneously. Things go real south when I do that. So let's see here. Alright, let's see if this... Oh, I think it just crashed the other computer again. I think my other computer may just be... Oh, just toast. Every time I try and run this capture software, it crashes the computer. Alright, I guess we're going with the old school way where... Yeah, I'm kind of... this is so irritating. Got to throw money at this problem, but it seems I've got to throw more money at it. I bought the capture card, which those are pretty pricey. But the capture card is only good if you've got a really high-end system, or if you've got a second computer. And I thought I had a second computer, but it seems that she may be on her way out. On her way out. It's an old one, but it's not so old. It's like a 970 or something. So whenever that came out, it's probably when I got it. It's not that old. It's 970 is totally serviceable for handling Fallout. Oh, the game's lagging with just streaming? Oh my god, then I have no chance in hell of recording too. If this stream is lagging with just me streaming. Oh my god, that's no good. Well, the next few episodes are not going to be in great quality when we do the edit. That's what I've been trying to solve. So but yeah, I think I'm done trying with this capture card until I get this computer replaced. I think, which is a bummer. I do not want to spend money on another computer. Chris Cap Adam, thanks for the content. Holy cow, $100. Thank you very much. Well, I guess you're helping to fund that replacement PC so I can actually capture this stuff properly. I don't know what I need. I need to like go look up. Somebody has to have like documentation. Like, here is a ideal streaming setup you can build for, you know, under $1,000. Like, that would be ideal, because I don't want to spend all this money on getting this stuff up, because this is really the only reason I'm even going through all this trouble is because I want the Monday videos to be not suck, so that like people who are just watching to see the quests actually get them in decent quality. Because the first few, it turned out that the video quality was super low, and then when I got the streaming working, it turned out that or the recording working, and then it turned out that the streaming was really bad. So I have yet to have a week where both were in good shape, which is a real bummer. Oh, and these silly icons are back to doing their nonsense. Let's fix this. Game stream is fine here. Thank you, Canuck. Okay, hopefully it's just a fluke for some folks, not everybody. Alright, well, we are going to play around in... No, I can't even record Mod Hunter. That's the problem I've been dealing with. Is a couple weeks back, I had a brownout where my power like flickered on and off, and my computers got hit, even though I have a surge protector. Apparently, it wasn't good enough. I guess I need a UPS. And ever since then, I have not been able to record and stream simultaneously. My computer just will not keep up, and so then the stream is either the stream is all stuttery, or the footage that gets recorded is all stuttery, and so it's just unusable. So I've been trying to solve that the last few weeks. I bought a capture card. I have a second computer I rigged up to record just the video, but now it crashes whenever I launch the recording software. So so I think it kind of bit it when I did the or when I had the brownouts as well. So I think I have 2 damaged computers, which is awesome. It's a real bummer because I'm not sure what it is that's damaged about them. Like, one of mine, the hard drive got screwed up and I had to reinstall Windows, and then it seemed fine after that. I haven't noticed any speed issues with any of my files on it, but I've been out of the hardware game for so long that I just don't know enough anymore. Like, I have no idea what that would be. But it seems to be that it's got to be hard drive related, because it's recording mass amount. I guess CPU usage could come from that too. I don't know. Any of you guys do much streaming? Any of you guys know if I'm having trouble with when I'm streaming, if I record simultaneously, either the stream FPS tanks or the footage that OBS records is super choppy. It's like 1 FPS. It'll be like just every few frames get captured. It's really unwatchable, and I can't figure out what's going on there. But I think we're finally at a point now where I've got enough resources I can start letting everything upgrade. So I think it's time to start getting our defense up. And looks like we got more people than beds. How did that happen? Alright, let's build some more residential here.
Huh?
Oops. Yeah, Villanova, good luck getting a rig under $1,000 nowadays. Well, that's the thing is I don't really need like a whole rig. I just need something to capture the video. Like, that seems like that should be an external device you should be able to get. Like, just do a pass-through, because I already have these Elgato capture cards. Just do a pass-through. Like, all they need to do is record the data. So I really just need like a high-speed hard drive that can record that off of there. But I don't know how you would set that up. I don't know enough about this. Oh, I do have a residential plot over here. Why haven't you built it? Who's my slacker who's not in a house right now? Oh, I bet it's Preston. He always fudges up the numbers. Probably Preston. It's probably your fault, buddy, because I didn't do the Minuteman quest line yet. Mod Hunter, do you have a knot tied in the power cord before the surge processor? I have never heard that before. I need to just go, I want to go get a, I'm sure my surge suppressor got fried in that last storm. I need to replace it. But I just have been too busy. I went on vacation almost immediately after that. So, but I will get back to a Best Buy or something soon and pick up that. I have like a laptop for work, and I had a ergonomic mouse that I bring with it. Otherwise, I get real bad carpal tunnel when I'm working on a laptop. And it fell out of my bag at the airport. So I got a lot of money on hardware to spend soon. Oops, did not mean to hit that. I want a refresh plot. I'm trying to fix all these icons. I'm curious if the issue with them is just temporary, like it's a one-time thing, and I have the code fixed, or if the issue is actually gone. I think last stream I did refresh them, and then I forgot to save or I loaded the wrong save. I'm uncertain which. All right, I think we're gonna just start powering everything here. I'm not gonna use the SS2 plots because I don't have enough people for that. So we're gonna have to just use. And I don't know if I might be in God mode right now. Yeah, I must be. 999. I definitely don't have the resources for that. So we're going to I guess we'll just do a bunch of little tiny generators everywhere. It's going to be a mess for now. I'll come back and fix it when we get more people. Maybe, if I care enough about all that. And actually, I should probably, what do we need? Well, we're going to, actually, you know what? We do need boatloads of power for HQ. So maybe I should make it work with a municipal plot here. Let's see, we can get this thing upgraded if we want. I guess the biggest focus should be getting my industrial upgraded. And I did find out, maybe I did last stream, or I don't know if it was this stream or last stream, but I do have a rare materials building plan. It's in Sunshine. I thought I was getting that illegitimately. I thought something was broken, but I actually do have a rare materials generator. Let's see here. This guy just needs power. Alright. Need some more people. I should build a communications building here too. That'll increase our, after the last patch, that will increase the recruitment level. Let's do that. What can we sacrifice right now? We've got just enough water. Those things are not doing good right now. I guess my building supplies are capped out right now because I need more storage space. So let me build a little more. I'm thinking I'll swap this guy right here because I went nuts with building material, or with different industrial. Oh, I don't need that one right there. That's when I get rid of the scavenge. That's just junk. I don't need scavenge junk. I'm cheating for actual building in build mode. So let's get another municipal plot here. We'll turn this into communications. We'll just jumpstart our recruitment here. So this, I see, I definitely need power for that. So, well, actually I won't, yeah, if I'm doing communications, I need a boatload of power. That's right. So let's go ahead and build ourselves a big fat generator right here. Alright, let's see here. Choose building plan. Communications, here we go. For a second, I had a freak out moment there where for a second I thought I had the Chapter 3 alpha enabled because I see the funeral pyre. Because we recently got all of the Conqueror buildings ported over into the Chapter 3 ESM. So we're slowly chugging along with that. And I have a bunch of that stuff installed. I've been testing it lately. I do have some of the stuff from the 2.04 patch activated right now. So that might show up on this stream today. We'll see about that. Yep, pay and build. And now we need a body. Oh, I was going to change this plot and I totally spaced on that. Oh well. Alright, let's find this dude here. Oh, and I see I do have a power generating plot over there. I just need to let it upgrade. Probably need more happiness. So we need some more rec plots. Alright, now of course I can't see my map marker, or my marker. There it is. Hello. You look real angry, lady. Alright, come over here. Oops, ran right past it. Alright, you are now working there. We're gonna let that plot go away. Okay, let's get some more of this power situation sorted so we can start getting some upgrades here. Because, yeah, I think it's happiness 70 for level 2 and then level 80 for level 3. I'm 99% certain that's the case. So this thing should be, just needs power and then it should be able to upgrade. So you get a little baby generator. Alright, let's go check on our power plant. Oh yeah, and then that kill. Oh, I forgot to build the scrap storage. I deserve that pain. Alright, let's build the scrap storage now before we lose any more resources. I said that I was going to do that, and then I totally got distracted. Alright, let's build some more shipping containers. Let's see, we'll continue our wall around the edges. Alright, I want to sink these in a little bit. What's the... Oh, I gotta move my mouse over here. Here we go. Let's see, Aztecs. Hey, King Gatham, reinstalling to try your newest patch, but I'm curious if you have a UI inventory mod you recommend that works with SS. Yeah, I do not. I'm not using any mods. I hate all those sorting mods because they always require a ton of manual work, which, you know, like, why did I install your mod if I have to do all this stuff manually? And I get part of it is that, like, they can't account for every single mod, but I always find with the UI and inventory mods, like, I like the one that, I can't remember the name of it. There's one that makes your trade screen much bigger. That I kind of like, but I don't like all those the mods that add tagging, because if they don't tag absolutely everything, then your inventory is just as much a mess, if not more, than if you had none of them installed. So I tend to not do those. And we found out that some of the auto tagging mods, if they tag some of the SS2 quests, they break. So I'd be very cautious with any of those type of mods. All right. So I like them in theory, but in practice, I've never found one that I like, or that I really like. It's one of those things where if somebody did like a mod, like a Wabbajack load order or a Nexus mod collection, and it had all of those things sorted out and fixed, I'd probably be very happy with it, but I'm not willing to do the work myself to get it all rigged up. All right, okay, defense is what we need for that. All right, see, we're in perpetual. We're short on everything. All right, let's try getting some power to these guys so they can upgrade, and that might start a cascade effect here. Let's give you guys, we'll build a large Jenny over here. Oh, perfect. We can go here to here and to here. All right, let's see if that sates all of, excuse me, your power needs. Yep, you're good. Produces 19, produces 25. Oh man, this dude must have some, who is on this one? This has some serious agility. And this guy's powered. Okay, cool. And that immediately calls that to upgrade. Fantastic. Why is this 90, 25? What is going on here? I want to see who's on this one. Oh, I wonder if it's, can't afford upgrade costs. BS. We can definitely afford them. Pay an upgrade. Let's see. I want to see who's... It's probably Mama Murphy or something. Some of the vanilla NPCs have just stupid stats. And like I built in a system so that if someone wanted to go through and change their stats without vanilla edits, there's actually a system to handle that, because it was one of those things where I was like, maybe one day I'll do it. And I don't know that anybody's done it so far. Let's see. We don't need... Oh, it's you.
Help out or get
It's Marcy. Help out, get lost saying it while laying down. Oh, that's hilarious. All right, where is my Vitamatic? Here we go. Let's see what's up with Marcy. Does she have like 40 agility or something? No, just 4. Why was that giving so much defense? That's crazy. Something's going on there. Well, I accept the extreme amount of defense because I'm real short on it right now. Let's see, not crazy. Been watching Carabos SS2 playthrough. Is there a bug with Caleb's bounty missions? Yeah, I think there's a bug with the CPD bounty missions. I think they can't be turned in currently. And there's actually a bunch of them that are disabled right now. So we had this like horrendous merge problem with the CPD in the last third of development cycle for Chapter 2. And it took, like, I mean, I think Sag, who's our main quest implementer, and Andy Cowdy, who wrote and implemented a lot of the CPD, I think, like, it almost burned them out dealing with that. So we just said, like, just put a pin in whatever you can't get working that's not story related, which was the bounties, and, like, we just said we'd deal with it later. And that day just hasn't come, and I haven't asked them to mess with it because, again, it was like massive heartache for them to have to deal with that. It was like this bad merge bug, and by the time we caught it, everybody else. So the way merging the merging software for mods is a real pain. And at the time, we didn't know that you basically need to install it for everybody who's working on the mod together. You need to set up this version control software, and we didn't do that. And now for Chapter 3, we're doing it because we learned our lesson. But we were doing a lot of merges, and at one point, a merge corrupted a whole bunch of stuff, and I asked everybody to check out their stuff, see if they noticed anything wrong. And a few days later, SAG reported there was some problems with the CPD, and by then a bunch of people had already made significant changes, and so we thought, okay, well, maybe we can recover from this. Let's not roll back the merge. Let's just keep trying to fix this stuff. And it turned out the problem was just catastrophic, and so it was... So yeah, CPD took a real bad hit in the middle of, in the last third of our development cycle for Chapter 2, which was a real bummer. So I think during my first few patch videos, I kept commenting on CPD. We're going to be we're going to be lagging behind in bug fixes, and that still remains the case today, just because it was such a disaster, and I have not had much time to dig into it myself. All right, let's see here. So everybody join in who's new here. We'll get going on the proper stream in a few minutes. I'll wait till 9 o'clock, and then I'll get into the story stuff. Right now, just tinkering around with the settlements, doing some of the boring maintenance stuff, looking around, seeing if there's anything I can force to upgrade and whatnot. Which looks like we're getting tons of defense now. 119, that's what I'm talking about. Let's check out if we can get this guy to... Nope, you're not ready. Can't afford upgrade costs. Where's my upgrade option? I think you're lying to me, plot. I think sometimes those status messages aren't accurate. Let's refresh it and see. Alright, well, let me pop out of workshop mode too. Let's see. Still finishing an operation. Okay. Don't need to track this guy anymore. You know what, I think I want to patch in soon. I think I've mentioned this before. Oh, cool, there's with level 3. I want to patch in is a little, like... Oh, cool, I think it's updating. A little summon button on the ASAM sensor to, like on the menu, to just have the settler who's working there just, like, fade to black and have him appear right in front of you. I think that'd be pretty awesome, especially for the, what do you call it? For the commercial plots, to be able to get the shopkeeper to show up. I wonder if all these are ready to upgrade. Do I have upgrades on automatic? I thought I did. Let's see, some summons too, gameplay, not city building, upgrade. Yeah, everything's automatic. Hold until seen, hold for pre-plan. No, I'm not doing any of that, so it should be upgrading automatically, but they're not, so I'm going to just force them. It might just be because I just got the defense requirements filled out. They're just all popping all at once. What about you? Oh, this one doesn't look like it's even lit. You have power? Yeah, you got power. Are you ready for an upgrade? Can't afford upgrade. Hey, there we go. Upgrade costs. Wait, which one was that? That might not have... Yeah, that was that one. Okay. I say 2 menus popped up. Might not have been that one. Alright, we get upgrades for days here. Alright, let's see if this thing's got enough power still. So I want that double recruitment bonus. Cool. What's this one? Marshall. That must be level 2. What building plan is this? I don't recognize this one. Let's see. View details. Shack post. Oh, that's right. We had a we added a 2x2 to I don't know if we put that in... Is that in SS2 or is that in Chapter 2? That's definitely different than the one... Because we had... so I think... So when we originally were designing all the buildings for SS2, it wasn't until, I want to say, midway through development where I settled on the advanced and high-tech systems as a way to have like a variety of technology levels feel natural in settlements. What was that sound? Oh, that was the Vitomatic. I must have accidentally started firing it while I was entering. You guys hear that? Is that just my imagination? Maybe I gotta fire it. Yep, it got stuck for a second. Oh, all right, cool. Unlock machine parts. Anyway, so the so by the time once we settled on that advanced and high tech, we started having to scramble to get enough building plans to fit, because we thought we were done with building plans for the dev cycle, and so we had to scramble to get a few more added in last minute. So like we shuffled some around, so some of the one that was previously going to be basic, or that was going to be the 2x2 ended up getting moved to become the 2x2 advanced, and then it all worked out in the end. But I remember some of these building plans I don't even recognize because they were developed so late in the cycle. Oh, the number thing, it's doing it again. And I know I refreshed these. You guys watched me refresh these at the start of the stream. So yeah, there's still something funky in the code that does not like these numbers for some reason. Oh wow, I fell way behind on messages there. Hello everybody. Let's see here. Kyle Harris, I was in HQ and my science lab windows were bright pink. Do you know a way to fix that? Are you on, what system are you on? Because I haven't noticed that on PC, but it could be something like maybe it's people on Xbox, or maybe it's AMD cards versus NVIDIA. I've seen that happen before with textures. It might be that we got to recompress them to work with other systems. Velen Love, if you're looking for a good item sorting tagging that handles everything, you can use the complex sorting mod for Fall UI. It uses Xed to create a dynamic patch. This is too compatible. Does it have any, as long as it doesn't patch quests, I'm sure it'll be fine. Patching, I've seen, every time I've seen people patch SS2 quests, some of them break. I don't recommend that. But if it patches like just the items, then that's cool. But yeah, I have not had good success with any type of patcher myself, so I've been avoiding it. And I'm not playing with mods anyway right now. I'm just playing with mods that I am in charge of, so that way if there's a, with the exception of HUD framework, that way if there's a problem I can fix it. So let's see here. Let's see, Oscar Fry. Once I do that quest that teaches me about the city platter desk, can I go back to my first settlement sanctuary, hand over control to NPCs? Yeah, I think yeah, you can do that. I mean, you can do it before then. You actually have access to the, even before the quest happens that teaches you about city plans, you can actually use city plans immediately. We just wanted to make sure they were introduced with a quest for people who are new to SS. Hello, John Giddies. Hey, go, I don't know how to say your, I always screw up your name. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. If you finish CBD and Nightingale's quest, do they show up for the battle for GNN? Yeah, that's actually one of the reasons I'm doing their quest lines first before I proceed, because I'm getting close to the battle for GNN. I want to make sure I have as many allies as possible. In fact, I've been debating if I should do a off-camera run through the main quest, or use a mod to skip it, to like just skip ahead so that I have an allyship with one of the major factions so we can bring them to. Because you can bring a whole bunch of people there. Let's see. The fat lady. How can I get the settlers to take the disease cure? I cannot get anyone to take them but my companions. I don't know. Does anybody have a disease in my settlement right now? Let me check. Usually if we get close to them, they'll start animating funky. I think all the diseases have been eradicated in my settlement right now. Just like by luck. Just by time. Because I ignored them for so long that they started eliminating their own diseases. The only way they'll take the disease cures is if it's a disease that the cure is known for. So by default, most of the level 1 diseases there's cures for, they're all the ones with worms in the name. And then after that, the diseases you have to start researching the cures for them, and then that makes the disease cures more valuable. So it's part of the HQ gameplay loop, supposed to encourage you to go, oh cool, Madden's updated. Supposed to encourage you to go invest in HQ and get disease research going. And make sure you have people in your science department and whatnot. Okay, happiness is on the rise. So the only thing wrong now is power, and I think that's just because we just have a lot of things that are unpowered, which is expected. Oh, it's almost 9 o'clock. Let's get these happiness. Let's see. Wait, why didn't that power? Why did that not power? That says it's powered. There it goes. Just picked it up, set it down. Now it's got power. Oh, I bet my grid got reset at some point. I should check that. Because I have the auto grid repair on. So far it's been working. I haven't come in and seen my whole grid reset, which some people have talked about. Let's see. Darren 8. Did I miss anybody here? Kyle Harris, I was on Xbox. Okay, I'll have to check and see if maybe the tech... On Xbox, if you find purple textures, it's very likely we just missed a texture, because we have to manually package the Xbox files separately from the PC in order to make sure that the file sizes are different, because we don't want we don't want to overload Xbox with any more files than we have to, so I manually package up all those files, and sometimes I miss some of the textures. Darren H, how do you switch back to 4 tiers of items compared to Survival's complex item management? That is under, and this isn't available in the holotape as well, not just in MCM, but I happen to have MCM still installed, so I'm using that. So it's under difficulty, and it is called resource complexity, and you're going to change that to categories. That's the 4 breakdown. And if you want it even easier, you can go to simple mode, and simple means it's just, you just scrap, like all scrap is considered equal. Components is the one that defaults to people who are playing a new survival character. All right, looks like it's 9 o'clock. Welcome everybody to the stream. So before we get going, I'll talk about a few things here. First up, I'm gonna go and play the game until about 10:30, so for about an hour and a half. We're gonna play through some SS2 quests. And then after that, I am going to bring on Chestbreach. And if those of you guys are not familiar with him, he is a longtime Fallout streamer. I think he's most known for his Fallout New Vegas stuff. He does stuff with The Sims and Fallout 4, and a couple other games. He just plays lots of mods. He's a very entertaining guy. He is just about finished, and actually at this point he may have already finished, because I don't know how far ahead he records his videos. Finished playing through Chapter 2, so I wanted to get his opinion on the mod and how things are going, and talk to him about playing mods in general. He's been a pretty important part of the Fallout community for ages, because you know, for a lot of us mod authors, like getting people with a big followership to play our mods is like kind of what we do it for. So you know, I'm really curious to talk to him and hear his perspective on all this stuff. So I think it'll be fun. So he'll come on around 10:30. And if you've never watched me stream before, I just kind of let my mind wander and stream and talk about whatever. When I'm doing new quests, I do tend to let the NPCs talk. So we do have 2 quest lines, or 3 quest lines we're in the middle of right now. So I might be minimally talkative, but I will go into some behind the scenes dev details, talk about stuff like that. And then while I'm playing, I tend to completely ignore chat because I get really easily distracted. So I will fully engage in chat once Al comes on at 10:30, and then I'll just kind of switch to, you know, going back I'll talk to him a little bit. We'll take audience questions and whatnot. Now, all of that is usurped if you super chat. Now, I'm not trying to collect money to live on or anything like that. I'm not a professional streamer, but super chats we've just put into a pool for development toward SS2. So we pay for whatever we need, whether it be assets or marketing or replacing hardware for people. Other than myself, obviously you guys have been hearing me vent about hardware, because I feel like paying for streaming hardware is not what you guys are donating that money for. So those questions I will catch in the middle chat. Those will pop up real big on my screen, so I'll see them, and I'll catch those even while I'm doing gameplay stuff. So if you want to help support the mod and you want to get me to read something of yours, that is a way to bypass that. But today we're going to work on, let's see here. We're going to work on the CPD and probably Nightingales, I think, because let me see. Journalistic ethics, I think that'll pop automatically, yeah. So we're holding off on doing hostile takeover, which is the main quest, until I finish these, because once you do hostile takeover, it starts the loop of unlimited attacks by the gunners, which I'm just not ready to deal with right now. I just want to finish up this side stuff, so when we get to the Battle of GNN, we have a bunch of people to help us. So what are we on? Are we on day 13? Day 13 starts, because I did a whole bunch of building, so I want to make sure I have that saved. All right, let's head over to camp patrol duties. Okay, right over here. Okay, right next to 10 Pines. Oh man, 10 Pines is not looking good. 31% happiness. Oscar Bass, sounds like you need a friend to read chat for you as you play the game. I don't think that would help. I think I would get just as distracted trying to play the game and also think about answering questions. It's enough taxation on my brain to try and think of interesting development stories to tell you guys while we're going through. Because you can find plenty of playthroughs of the mod already. There's quite a few people who have already completed it on stream. So I'm trying to add a little extra by giving you guys some behind the scenes stuff. And really I'm hoping to find more bugs. We found a ton of bugs like in the first few weeks, but I think it's been pretty good, knock on wood. But part of that is because I've been patching, you know, in between these play sessions. Like we've been playing for 13 weeks now, and there's been quite a few patches in there. So a lot of the bugs that I would have run into, we've managed to beat. Okay, here we go.
Hi,
hello.
Glad you made it.
Thank you.
That's the camp up ahead, but it doesn't exactly look like it's overflowing with these hellhounds. That doesn't mean it's not their camp, but we'll need to go in to be sure.
All right, what do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do?
Well, as you do this kind of thing all the time, I thought you might take the lead, then I'll follow and give you cover.
Simon clearly hasn't watched me in combat. Lively, thank you for the donation. Spend it on whatever you want. Just saying. Hi. Thanks.
No argument from me. Let's go.
Great. If you'd like to lead on, I've got your back.
Okay, let's see here. I think we just go up this ramp over here. Oop, here we go. Yeah, it looks like the elevator's up. So, oh, the elevator, I think you can call it down from below. I don't remember. Not important. This is all vanilla area. We just tried to, I think we used like almost every single vanilla gunner area. We used it for something so that we have just full tie-in, which is nice. Come on. What is going on with this texture? Doesn't that mean like the LOD is loaded in right now? My GPU must be taxed. Oh, I see a little. I'm gonna get you with the Vitamatic turret. What happens if you scan a turret? Let's see. Does that work? I don't know if we, because I know you can do dead bodies, and I think we have robots blocked. Maybe we don't have robots blocked. Okay, cool. It appears that we've stopped turrets from being scanned, which is good. There we go. You see that, Simon? You're following me on my lead, and I'm still in God mode. Saying I just missed a dead easy shot. There we go. No thank you. Go away, spotlight. Whoa. Yeah, look at that. That popping. That is no good. I feel like something bad's going to happen with this. I might need to save and reload here. Where's our up close gun? I really need a combat shotgun. Or we'll just use some lasers. Oh, that's right. We can still get gunner tattoos. I thought that was over already. Oh, some upgrades in our armor. That's rare. Yeah, I think I'm gonna save and reload because I'm worried that I'm gonna like fall through a hole in the ground because it's not actually loaded right now. So let's do that. Let's save. And we're gonna see if just reloading from here will work, or if it's gonna require me to reboot the game. Hopefully not. You attacking the turret with the Vitamac has the same energy as pointing the camera. Nope, still didn't work. Alright, let's exit the game. Now this might screw up the stream. You guys might get nothing for a minute. Let's see here. Desktop. Let's see. I don't know how the... Oh, maybe... Okay, switch to just streaming my desktop. Great. Alright, so let's do back to here. So hey, are you back from your vacation or still on? I am back. Yeah. My laptop would definitely not handle streaming, and my voice would not sound this good because I am not. I have like a big old mic set up here for streaming and recording videos that I would not have taken with me. It would be on a janky little headset. Actually, I just assume that my voice quality sounds good. Here, maybe it sounds terrible. What do you guys think? Is my audio equipment decent? I mean, I know it is. From a technical perspective, but is it coming through decent on the stream? Okay, here we go. So now this looks good. No crazy LOD textures being loaded. Yep, we go. I sound good. Okay, awesome. Yeah, here he is. Hello. Head off.
Not quite what we were expecting, but now that we have the place to ourselves, we should look for clues as to what they're up to.
Good idea, Simon. You do that. I'm gonna go loot. I actually don't know if I need that sniper rifle or not, but I don't want that.
Hellhounds! Today we hunt. Today we remind the Commonwealth why they fear our bite. Those children playing dress-up have been led on yet another false trail. Their ranks divided and confused. No longer will we toy with them. Today, we chase them into the halls of their own lair. Today, their nest will be soaked with blood. Hellhounds! Show no mercy! Hunt them down! Hunt them all down!
Oh no. That's why we didn't find them here. They're going after the HQ. We need to get back before it's too late.
Let's
Time to
go.
waste. Let's get moving.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Let's go murder Lieutenant Ralph. Let's see. No, I don't want a combat zone. Oh, that's the wrong map marker. Let's see. Oh, I wonder why that... Maybe it did mark and I just can't see it. Show on map. There it is. Alright, we'll go to Bunker Hill. Here we go. Victoria Calendar, thank you for the donation. Good evening, King Gath. Hope you and your team are having a wonderful week so far, and that all is well for you all. Thanks again for all you do. Thank you for the donation. My week is quite good. I just came back from Florida, so I had some nice, they had beautiful weather down there. It was like 85 every day. So my kids got to go swimming nonstop. And we came back to wonderful rainy weather, but that's okay. It was a nice reminder the summer still exists while I survive through the rest of our Midwest winter. Because even though technically, what was it? First day of spring was what, yesterday or the day before? We don't around here we don't consider it actually summer until like July because the weather is so crazy. But good week. It was nice to get out of town, and I barely worked at all, which is very rare for me. Mostly because I tried the first night I was on vacation. I tried working on stuff like working on the mod, working on my work projects and stuff at night, and my carpal tunnel flared up real bad, even with my ergo mouse, and I wasn't having it. I was like, I don't want to have my whole vacation ruined because my wrist is hurting. I got a little done though. I got a really cool system done for the 3.0 patch. Very excited. We're actually going to get that into alpha testing soon. I just sent a message to the alpha testers that just said soon today because I already have something ready for them to start playing with. I hear a suicider. I don't like a suicider. Oh god, where is it? There he is. Nope, nope. Arm. Dog meat! I got you, buddy. Good thing you're invincible. Nice work, dog meat. Don't kick my dog. Simon, what are you doing? Oop, oop, oop. Alright, I know there's one up here. There's two up there. And one coming up behind us. Alright. And this is night and day compared to... the last time I had a super mutant fight this big was up on the satellite dishes, and I got my butt kicked. Now I'm doing pretty decent. Perks going a long way, and some decent equipment. Alright, maybe we should head over there, because that legendary drop might be decent. Nope, I'm not here for the rads. Nothing? No stairs? Nonsense. There we go. Hey, buddy. Well, you look like a cop, Simon. Oh, oh. Where was that? There it is. It's like I hear a turret, and I see the light of it. Up we go. I love the combat music in this game. So good. Alright, I can see one of them is on this floor. We must be just running circles around each other. Oh, there's my boy. Hey, buddy. Give me your legendary. That is straight garbage. Actually, a lever action rifle's not that bad. I'm actually surprised that that's here. I thought those were over in only in the that was added in Far Harbor, and I don't have any mods to inject those. Oh man, I just ripped through all my ammo on this thing. Where's dog meat? Come here, buddy. Always got a stim pack for doggo. Still don't have your name. Alright then. Look at that. King Gaff can learn combat. It just took 13 play sessions. Let's see here. That might... Oh, combat armor might be decent. But I do not feel like number crunching right now. Okay, let's get back to what we actually came here for. Not hunting super mutants. I mean, that really is a testament to how good the combat is in this game. Other than the bullet sponginess, like the shooting just feels so good. I rarely ever want to just dodge combat. I actually like enjoy just killing bad guys in this game a lot, still to this day. Despite it being, I mean, how long has this game been out? Almost. It'll be in November. It'll be 7 years, right? It's crazy. Won't be long before we're buying the game again in the special edition. Oh, not crazy. I'll never forget the... I have like a deep-seated fear of super mutants because of that mod. What was that? Super Mutant Redux, I think it was? Oh, I see it. There's still a gunner over there. Hello. Didn't even... The second guy didn't even blink that I just nuked his buddy. Hey, Shandy.
Well, hello.
Hey, had anything exciting happen lately? I bet you have. I only get to take messages until I get wicked.
I don't think he's supposed to be here. That feels buggy. I think he's supposed to... I'm gonna write this down. Whoa. What? Oh, it's I have the fancy Xbox controller with all the extra buttons on the bottom, and I think I set it down. Alright, we're gonna do save. Why is Shandy here? Because he should know about the hellhounds in there. There's definitely something wrong there. He's not supposed to be there, I don't think. Here's CPD. What is going on here? Friendly hellhounds? Yeah, definitely something funky going on. And what's this? There's a hellhound stuck in the wall? Can I get you? Let's see, how about a double barrel? There he is. Okay. I'll take the gunner tattoo. Defeat the hellhounds outside. Yeah, so something went way wrong there. But we'll... Oh. Sorry, CPD officer. Alright, what do we... Let's see, we'll check on you, Shandy.
Hi there.
If you're old and before the bombs, were you from before they built the city?
Yep, definitely something funky going on here.
I bet you even saw dinosaurs.
I don't think I can even turn in the what do you call them? The tattoos anymore. But
Hey.
That's the last of them. Anyone know what's going on inside?
Hi, boss. There's a shit ton of them.
There's Sandy talking right.
I snuck out to get help. They got Miss Lena locked up. She's beaten bad, but still breathing.
Right. We need to get in there and rescue them. Are you with me?
Of course.
You're coming with me.
Good thinking. Come on, everyone. We're taking back our HQ and rescuing our friends.
Oh, cool. I got that working. I remember watching somebody else's playthrough, and they hit that option, and it didn't work at all. It just did nothing. And it's supposed to bring the other CPD officers that are kind of hanging out in the area to come with you. Now, I don't know if it actually worked in the sense of them, or if they're actually following me or not, but at least Simon said the right line, so that makes me feel better.
We need to get in there. Are you coming with me? They've made one hell of a mess in here. Looks like we'll need to head through the records room.
You're right. Let's go in there and get him.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Let's
see,
go.
that's not right either. There's definitely something funky with that. Well, I got that saved now. The why is Shandy here? I'll go look into it. I did some other. Yeah, I tinkered with this. So hopefully I got this set up right now.
Hunt them all down.
So before I watched someone's playthrough and it wasn't going through the PA sound, it just whoops. It just sounded like he was talking in the air. So I love watching other people's playthroughs and then in real time having the CK open and fixing bugs. So I think some of you guys have commented on every time I watch a Al video or a Kotabo's video, magically all the bugs I ran into are suddenly fixed. Yep, there is a very good reason for that.
What have they done to my files? What is that in... No, concentrate on the mission. These barbarians are really gonna pay for this.
Hey, level up. Alright. Oh, these are all friendly. Yeah, see, there's all sorts of stuff broken right now. But I will take the free kills. And what are you doing, you slacker?
Into our jaws come the fools who follow false trails. Who thought Private Emmons could lead us? Show these dupes no mercy.
Starting to regret us getting that PA system working.
Can we get him activated?
Hacking this is beyond me.
Yeah, okay. I'm not doing that. I wouldn't have done it anyway. Watching other people hack is beyond boring. Oh, hey.
Oh, are we glad to see you. Can you get us out?
Is it just the two of you?
Whoa!
Where's everyone else?
Extreme
They said
close
the
up.
sale was too good for your friend. Said something about taking them to a smaller one.
Okay, okay. I'll let you out.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Here, I've got the key. Can you two get yourselves outside? Don't want you getting caught up again.
Thank you. And good luck.
Okay. Does Pete have anything to say? No, he can't even talk.
Hi.
No, he's good. Wait, what's up with the naked dude? That's an awkward person to have in your jail cell.
Hellhounds! Show your worth and make these worthless lawmen bleed!
In case whoever did that comes back.
You got anything to say about that, Simon? No. Let's see if if the rest of them are still friendly in here. It'd be kind of funny. We get to go to the final encounter and everybody's just in the green. Oh, yep, you're just still. Hey, bud. Oh. Yeah, everybody's still friendly. Well, we get easy mode. Oops. Come on. What am I hitting? Oh, I must be hitting some sort of bad collision. Hey, buddy. How about you? Or I'm just a real bad shot. Could be that too. Should blame the shots for. Ooh, exploding head. Should always blame my shooting skills
sign
first.
Of Lena. Or anyone who looks like they might be the commander. Can be a last stand in the evidence locker then.
Give me all your good stuff. Oh, what's going on here?
And you're okay?
Ask me again after we rescue Lena and stop these hellhounds. And remember, my sister should be in there, so if we can avoid a firefight, or at least be careful where we shoot.
Hold right there. Unless you want to see your captain lose their head. You have proved to be an impressive quarry. My pack of hounds lay bloodied and scattered, but you face the huntsman now.
It's over. You have nowhere to go. You've caused so much death. Surrender now, and I'll see you all have a fair trial for that.
It looks like that dude, Simon.
You murdered those people, didn't you?
You really think that I could remember all of the insignificant
So there's a scene
who
in our
fell
trailer
before my
from
hellhounds?
this room right here, like this
So
exact
few
scene,
prove
and
as
I
entertaining
remember
as
when we filmed
Although,
it. none
If
of the
you could
gunners had their
remind me
guns
how
out,
they died,
and
then I might
it looks really cool in the
If
trailer
you
and
could
everything. But I
describe
remember
how they writhed
we were arguing about whether we should
screamed
refilm it with
as
them
they
pulling their weapons out, and we
expired.
ended up not bothering
You have
because
the
it was
right
the
to
trailer
remain
took a long
silent
time to make.
and refuse
But I
to
remember that
answer
coming up that it was,
questions.
and I think that we changed the quest. We're like, yeah, that does look awkward to have that conversation without them holding their guns out.
You're stalling. Surrender now, or we take you down. I won't warn you again.
Oh, where's the fun in doing things the easy way?
Anything you say may be used against
Why
you
is it showing
in a
that
court
guy?
of law.
Is Simon behind him or something?
I've had you following false trails for so long now. Stalked you to your lair, and now I'm here for the final act. The kill. The glorious, bloody kill.
Spring the trap! Kill them! Kill them all!
Alright, let's see here.
They bloodied me!
I love the combat lines. So glad we put the time in to do those. That's actually one of the things. Oh, this guy went friendly. Alright, everybody's still friendly. I don't understand why that keeps happening.
We're overcome!
Gotcha. Wait, who is shooting at me still? Oh, you. So some of them are friendly and some of them aren't. You guys do no damage. I can just stand here and tank you. Oh man, I guess I can go in Hellhound's equipment. This stuff's pretty darn good. I don't need the fatigues. You can keep a little bit of your dignity. Man, my guy's like a beast with how much stuff I can carry. I've been looting like crazy, and I'm still not over encumbered. Oops, I don't know what that was. I just raided or looted. Okay. Sorry, Simon. I gotta get my loot on. I'm long overdue for a major equipment upgrade. I haven't done any changes in a while.
Come on, Lena. Let's get you free. I'm sorry it had to end like this, but it's done now.
Thank you. That psycho was just so damn sure of himself. Thought it was okay to decide who lived and who died. Don't let me get like that.
Thank you. We couldn't have done this without you. We'll need a while to get this place and my sister fixed back up. Then we can get back to bringing law and order to the Commonwealth. Maybe even start putting stations in some of those settlements of yours.
Alright.
What are you going to do now?
First, we put this place back together. Then, we get recruiting, expand our stations, get ourselves a judge, and be seen bringing law and order.
Wow, that line didn't match. He said talk about patrols. What's going on there? What is going on here? Because I don't think the voice actor would have ad-libbed that. I think that means there's probably two different lines, one with the patrols and one about the judge. And like this just is this line. File name was misnamed.
Sounds good. I'll see you soon then.
Yeah, see you soon. And in case I haven't said it enough already, thanks.
Okay, so now I'm curious. So I have... Alright, so you guys have probably been wondering, any of you who have done CPD have probably been expecting some CPD building plans for a while, and they are finally coming next patch. They're going to be part of Extended, because I know Xbox players have enough stuff on their systems. Oh, hey, buddy. Bad news. Your AI is broken. I'm going to put you out of your misery. So they should be popped. They should have popped already. So I guess the either I don't have it installed correctly or the unlock triggers aren't set up yet. But anyway, those are supposed to happen after you complete that quest, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, maybe that was it. Maybe it's going to come after this. I just hear the sound of a quest completing. Give me all this loot. No, I don't need that. Don't need the fat man. Just want these bullets. Or my currency. Let's see. Those are also good currency. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Fantastic. Okay, so that thing didn't pop. But anyway, so I should... That right about there, if I'm not mistaken, is when... starting with the next patch, you should start seeing the building plans unlock for CPD. We got two of them. There's like a 2x2 and then a little one that makes Protectrons come, I think. They're very, very cool. Captain Laserbeam joined up to add those. So now I think we have like almost every single major add-on pack author, and I shouldn't call them major add-on, like add-on pack authors who have large add-on packs have contributed something to the core mod now, which feels really awesome. I like seeing all of their names like in the base mod. That way it makes it real easy for then anybody who's new to the mod to be like, oh, I like stuff by so-and-so. I'm going to go see what else they have, and they can find it on Nexus. XV's been working on some stuff for us too for
Kill all the hellhounds?
chapter
Did
3.
you rescue the captain?
Shandy, calm down and give them a chance. But seriously, how did it go? Are the hellhounds taken care of? Did you rescue Lena?
Everything's taken care of. You're safe.
Thank goodness. Thank you. I better get in there and see what I can do. Thanks. I'll see you around. Come on, Shandy.
Oh, wow, the camera. Whew. Oh, I wonder if the quest isn't considered complete until after you talk to the Emmons. Maybe there's still a chance that the pop-ups are going to come. Kyle Harris, is that ever coming to Xbox? No, because there's already a lot of content I'm going to have to cut on Xbox to make sure that Chapter 3 can fit. Like, we're probably going to have to move all of the custom outfits over to SS2 Extended and some other stuff. We got to, like, keep chopping space because you guys are down. I think if you have all of the Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 installed, I think Xbox players only have, what, like, 200 or 300 megs left, and I'm certain that Chapter 3's story content alone, like just mandatory stuff to complete the quests, is going to be probably 500 megs. So we got to shave 200 or 300 megs off of Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 to fit that. So we cannot add any new content, all new stuff. I think there's one new asset that I have that will hopefully come in the next patch. I'm waiting to see if Sub or Animator can figure out how to change some settings on those big giant turrets on the high-tech Marshal, because we have something cool with them coming. And those will probably end up on Xbox because they're relatively small, but otherwise almost every new piece of non-mandatory, like content that isn't required for you to play the mod, is going to end up only on PC. Oh, we got 2 new donations. Oscar N1N7, thank you for the donation. Hey KG, do you have any tips on where to go to find voice actors for a mod? How do you convince them to give their time for free? So there's a couple of good spots for voice actors. One is you can go to the Nexus forums. There's actually people respond there. Casting Call Club, if you look that up, I don't remember exactly the website for it, but it's Casting Call Club. If you Google that, you'll find it. That's a great one. There's lots of people, and most people who are trying to get into voice acting, like, they understand that they've got to volunteer their time. Otherwise, I think the reason that we have pretty high quality voice actors, or rather talented voice actors, is because our director Kobus is he voice acted a ton of Skyrim mods, and so he's just got a lot of friends, so he just asks all these people that he already knows. And then also because we've got really impressive trailers and stuff, it gives him, I guess, the balls to go ask people who do this professionally if they're willing to do this stuff pro bono with us. So a lot of it just takes, the guts to go ask and, be willing to be turned down. It helps if you have some content to show. If you've got something written already, or if you've got it already implemented to the game, maybe with a placeholder voice, that will help you to get higher quality, I keep saying higher quality, more talented voice actors. But otherwise, you can definitely find stuff on people on Casting Call Club. If you just post make a post there, you just say, like, I have a mod, I need character, you describe the character and everything. If you go search on there, you'll find tons of them for mods on that website, and you can get an idea how to make the post. There are tons of people willing to voice act for free, and you'll have to dig through to find some people who have decent audio equipment. But thanks to the popularity of streaming and everything, a lot of people have decent audio equipment now. The hardest part is getting people to not have I'm trying to think of the sound term for this. We talk about it all the time on the team, and I'm drawing a blank right now. But there's a certain sound quality where it sounds kind of echoey, and I don't remember what they call it. But people will have that a lot, and the solution to that usually is you ask the voice actor to go record in their closet. Like, literally, we'll have some of our voice actors will literally go take their mic, run a wire, and go into their closet, and it absorbs all the echoes so that the sound comes out good. That's kind of the biggest thing. But like, you can literally go to Best Buy, or I think I've even seen them at like Target and stuff, but just like general stores throughout the US, and I'm sure it's equivalent stores in other countries, where you can get like really high-end audio recording gear, because it's so popular now to do podcasting and streaming and everything like that. So it's very common for people to have really decent equipment. So you can actually get really good voice acting done. Some of the people who have voice acted for SS2 had never done it before, and they did a bang-up job. So like you just got to be willing to post your thing up there and listen to a bunch of auditions and find the person that best matches, you know, what you're going for. Chuck Boris 2, thank you for the donation. Hey, what's up, King Gath? I am just enjoying the stream time. I'm very excited to have Al on tonight. I've been watching his videos for ages, so it'll be fun to talk to him. Let's see, Carvok, it was brought up that CC content is somehow not part of the limit for Xbox. Maybe get SS into the CC. That would be cool.
Hey.
Hi. We just wanted to say thanks for getting us out of there. Those animals would have done real nasty things to us if you hadn't come along.
And we're real sorry to hear that some of your friends got hurt.
If we heard right, you just smashed the hellhounds down to nothing. So we don't need to hide from them no more.
You're wrong. Now I'm gonna be their leader. I gotta get Ralph's gear on. Recruited settlers, yes.
I've got a great place you could set up permanently. Interested?
Yeah, of course we'd be interested. That'd be amazing. Where is it you'd like us to go?
I want you to go to Sanctuary, because we're trying to make that into a nice little hub. There we go. You got anything more to say?
I'd like to trade some items.
No. Hey, some more fusion cells. Fantastic. Okay, maybe this is what's going to trigger. I'm really hoping the unlock, because I know the unlocks were working in our beta plugin, but I merged it. Wait, what is going on over there? Looks like somebody's got somebody on the ground. Art and art. Oh, I've never had this encounter.
You're not replacing me. Please, you gotta help me.
This is vanilla, but I've never had it before. I've stumbled upon when art and art are fighting each other, but I've never actually had the dialogue play out.
My kids. Don't you dare.
Reverb, Sarek, you got it.
He's
Yeah, thank
synth,
you.
And he wants to replace me. Please. Please, you gotta believe me. You can't let that thing do this.
All right. Oh, it's a love of speech check.
Hey, I'm on your side. I just need you to tell me the truth. Then maybe I can help.
You're with the Institute? Look, this guy knows I'm a synth. So just help me take care of him, all right? Otherwise, I'm gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Wait, he knows he's a synth? Is that normal in the game? Do they always tell them they're a synth? No.
Let's all just calm down. No one has to die.
No, he wants me dead. He's never gonna stop. I have to kill him. Don't listen to it. It'll say anything to convince you.
Wait, now I'm confused. I thought this guy looking at me here was the synth, and he said this guy knows I'm a synth, but now he's calling him. I'm very confused.
Look, all I need is for you to put down the gun.
I think both arts are synths.
And we can talk this through.
All right. I'm putting the gun away. Oh, thank God. Now, how about you and I clean up this mess? What the?
Ah! Alright, you guys just kill each other. I'm not getting involved. Bye. Kyle Harris, if you have part 2 installed on your Xbox, do you have enough room to do chapter 3 when it comes out? That's the plan. The plan is we're gonna tweak chapter 1 and 2 to move some of the content to SS2 Extended so that you can on Xbox play through all 3 chapters. That is the goal. Alright, let's go on with the Nightingales. Yeah, the art versus art is massive contradictions. Yeah, it seems like it. I feel like I've seen different little quests for involving Institute synth stuff where they say all different sorts of things. I've said this many times before, and I'll say it again. I wish they would have made it so that you stumble upon some of the people that got replaced by synths in the Institute, like living a good life. It would have made Institute more of a moral gray instead of a. They're pretty evil. Alright, let's head over to Mass Bay. Oh, what's going on over here? Oh, good. Some named ghouls. I'll just sneak some XP. I don't know who they're fighting. It's not me. Oh, I see a legendary. I'll take that. Legendary Raider, alright. You got everybody with those 2 grenades. Wait, there's still somebody shooting. And that's gonna be garbage. Oh, combat leather. Combat armor. Oh, still one left. Who are you? Raider Waster. Nope. Alright, you're out of sight. Let's keep moving. Guys, Daddy, thank you for the donation. I noticed that Jake and all the HQ team have no dialogue if you pickpocket or shoot them. They just wordly open fire. Any plan to add something? I don't know, Sir Rick. I didn't even know you could respond to that. If you, I doubt it. Just because we would rather spend our time doing other dialogue for things that our players are actually going to do more often. Like I think most people, they're not going to mess with RMCs. They should have lines if you attack them, but we ended up cutting some corners on the type of dialogue that we put in, just because it's more to ask the voice actors to do, more for the writers to do. So we definitely skipped on some of the stuff. Bethesda has like a crazy amount of dialogue for their NPCs that are just reacting to sneaky players. Like you can tell they acknowledge that most people play this game as like a stealth simulator, and there's a lot of dialogue for it, but we cut most of that because we know that for our characters, who are mostly friendly, there's no reason to have all that stuff. So it's just extra work on a lot of people's part, because it's not just the writer and voice actor, then it's also the people who have to, like the director and the sound engineers and whoever ends up doing the file renaming. It's just a bunch of work for everybody. So we try to minimize for the fact that we are a mod, so I feel like we can get away with cutting a few corners as long as the stuff we're putting in is as high quality as we can. I see a lot of tagged messages I'm missing. Apologies, guys. I'll once we get to the 10:30 mark, everybody, those people who are trying to get my attention, you're doing it right. For those of you new to the stream, definitely at King Gath if you want me to any chance in hell. Like if it's not a super chat and it doesn't have an at King Gath in it, I'm 100% not reading it, because it'll take me forever to keep up with chat and actually play this game. And there's a lot of fighting going on everywhere we turn. Although we are getting so rich with all this loot, which I appreciate. And one of these days I'll actually have time to go through my inventory and do something about it. Okay, here we go. Oh good, everyone's already dead. Hey, fusion cells, yes please. Oh, where's the radio?
I think that might bruise.
Sounds like it's coming right from here.
Yeah. Might want to use that stim before it swells. Better use of it than playing doctor with this.
Where's the radio? It must be upstairs.
No, it's just a bruise. This man is going to die if I don't.
Exactly. I say let him croak.
Hopefully I don't break the quest with this.
In that wreckage. Should we have left you to die there too?
Worked out peaches and cobble for me. Doesn't make it any fucking smarter. You want to tell the kid to stop wasting supplies on psychos?
We're here to tend to anyone that.
Yeah, it definitely is acting as if I'm there still. I better hurry up and get over there. There we go. Cool.
What are you two arguing
about? Okay,
good.
Anyway? I think this volume's quiet enough on it. It won't hit the YouTube algorithm. I got on a couple of my streams, I got hit by someone claiming to own the rights to the Fallout 4 theme song.
Spin the fucking barrel every time you put your hands on a dying asshole still high on psycho. That makes you an idiot, not a hero. Don't kid yourself. I know his type. All he wants is to take you to hell with him. So just let me send him on his fucking way already.
I love this voice actor. He's so good.
Let him die. One less junkie in the Commonwealth.
I'm stabilizing him. It's the right thing to do. If you don't like it, you should just...
I should just what? Leave you alone with a psycho killer? You want to waste supplies? Fine. But Cassie will have my hide if he rips your throat out.
I injected him with a tranquilizer. When he was on me, I mean. He'll be out for a long time. I think. Or it was blood loss. Maybe both.
Why didn't you say that? Shit. There's hope for you yet, kid.
So in that little scene, there was, I I think it ended up not clear. We could probably tinker with it, but it's one of those things where, you know what, it's working right now, let's not risk it. I think the idea originally was that Ellis would be kind of looking at his own wound and saying it would be a bruise, and then that's how that conversation was supposed to start. But I think this just worked. Like, I don't want to say this just works. You were going to give me the Todd Howard meme. But this thing is relatively unbroken in this quest. I don't want to mess with it just to get that little bit of extra flavor. But if you ever wondered what they're talking about at the beginning, that's what it's supposed to be.
What is this whole?
It's basically like Ellis deciding whether to use his last impact on himself or on the raider.
What do you mean?
Gunners are trouble. Weapons, defenses, robots, tactics. Raiders don't go for trouble if they can help it. But here they are. Guess the gunners either really pissed them off or, I don't know, ran out of ammo or something. And the vultures came in. Gunners should have wiped the floor with them, ammo or no. But you could tell it was a close fight. Probably only a couple left upstairs. Need to be done before they get the backup they probably called. Doubt they'd buy the, oh, we're just here to heal Boo-Boo story. If they ask.
Chuck Boris 2. I haven't seen much of the SS2 Chapter 3 stuff, but is there any plans to implement Conqueror stuff in Chapter 3 or the future? If so, will it be on Xbox? Yeah, the primary gameplay mechanics for Chapter 3, like in the 3.0 patch where we're adding a bunch of new stuff, are going to be a reimagining of the Conqueror mechanics. Most of them will come in some form. There's a couple we're cutting. Most of them will come in some form or another, and I would like to think that those that come over are going to be enhanced. I've learned a lot of stuff I'll tinker with to make it run a little smoother and play better with the SS2 gameplay loop. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that you experience in Conqueror, we're going to bring that into SS2 and make it feel at home within our story and within the way the new mechanics work in SS2. Because SS2 works, just different enough from SS1 that we can't just port it verbatim. But yeah, that is a big part of the new mechanics coming in the 3.0 patch. Oscar N1 and 7. And thank you, Chuck, for the donation. Thank you, Oscar, for another donation. How big will Chapter 3's main quest be compared to Chapter 1 and 2? Also, will there be more Nightingale CPD quests either in Chapter 3 or in patches? So, the main quest for Chapter 3... Whoops.
It's what we get for arriving
Didn't mean to hit that.
late.
I would say Chapter 3's main quest will probably be...
Looks like it's handled down here.
I want to say it's probably similar in size to Chapter 2.
You coming?
It's really hard to gauge that. I will say that we're putting more effort into main quest content than we are in side quests. Like with Chapter 2, we went wide with it, so we did a ton of side content. We did the CPD quest line, the Nightingale's quest line, the Conquered stuff, and instead with Chapter 3, we're only doing one small side quest line, and almost all the rest of our effort is going into the main quest. Now that doesn't mean the main quest is going to be that much longer, but it means that there will be more reaction to player decision in it. So it's going to be hopefully a very satisfying finale to SS2, because Chapter 3 is our final chapter, currently planned. Like if I've joked that if Bethesda pays us, then we'll do another one, because we have ideas for more, but most of us, I think, are ready to move on to another game, or do something ourselves, or mod another game, or whatever. Something different, just a break from Fallout 4.
This is a pretty big place. Always wondered about how they manage this kind of thing. Before the bombs. Not just building it, but staffing and funding and supplying. Guess it's easier when there's no mutants or raiders, huh? Times like this, I get Fiona's little obsession with the old world. It's like being inside a broken clock, wondering how the gears fit together.
What do you mean by that?
Don't know if they call it something else here, but where I'm from, it's called Old World Blues. Doubt that being in a ruined hospital is helping it. Why do you think she was so eager to work with you? Not that it was a hard sell for the rest of us. Not every day someone makes a real effort.
I see you guys talking about Heather Kasdan. Yogi, you said there's an issue with the Powell's recruitment quest. So I did find, I remember, I think it was one of Al Chestbreach's things. I watched him playing, and one of our quests came up, and his companion Steve, which is from a mod that adds like a cockroach companion, set a line, and I think it's because we forgot to condition the companion line. I wonder if we have a similar thing in the Powell quest that's causing Heather to talk, where it would basically be whoever your companion was would try and speak the line, and maybe that's making things awful. I don't know. I haven't played with Heather Kasdan ever. I've had that mod installed before, but I've never actually run into her, so I do not know.
This place seems familiar. I think I saw a bit about it on the news back before the war.
Huh? Oh, you mean those old tapes? Fiona found an old recording of a weather report once. Wonder what it takes to predict snow 2 days ahead. I'll bet it was something less depressing than gunner on raider shootout in decrepit hospital. Feels like this place deserves better.
Uh-oh, we've got our cam girl spam. I don't know if any of the few people I have tags and moderators around, but I'm gonna start hide user on this room. Let's see, hide user. Hide. Oh, that's unhide user. Okay, this looks like I got a whole bunch of them. Cool. Agent Milkman, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate your work on this project. I really enjoyed all the new mods and content at Fallout 4. Kudos to you and everyone involved. Very awesome job, guys. Thank you. Really appreciate the kind words and the donation. We'll put that money to good use. We've got a lot of cool stuff coming in Chapter 3. I think I saw somebody asking about a month in mind for Chapter 3 release. Our only goal right now is to try and beat Starfield by at least a month, because we want to make sure that everybody has time to play it, because I think all of us are looking forward to a new Bethesda single-player game after we had the rug pulled out from under us with 76.
Well now, if it isn't our VIP. Come to help or just observe?
What's going on here?
Not all patients wander into our care on their own 2 feet. Usually the ones who need aid the most are those left in the wake of combat. To find them, it's as easy as following the sounds of gunshots. But even then, it can take some persuasion before they're willing to let you treat them.
Follower Toshi, what you just described, I actually have already shown. I showed the what is it? The city leader and tier and higher on the Patreon page. I showed that to him about a year ago. We actually have a system just like that, and it's going to get patched in. There's some art details we've been trying to get sorted out, and we finally have it all planned. I just haven't had the bandwidth to handle it yet, but it's coming. It'll be something just like what you described. We patched in sometime in the next couple months.
Here to help.
It would appear we have similar goals. I'm glad to hear it. If you really wish to assist, then I could use a second opinion on this corpse. There. Do you see that?
Yes, of course.
As I thought. The skin discoloration, sunken eyes, the apparent expiration from relatively minor wounds, and other bodies showed similar symptoms. I believe this gunner squadron was sick. Strange. Usually gunners have the resources to combat wasteland diseases. If I were to guess, I'd say this was cholera. Perhaps a mutated strain, but I can't know for sure without testing. Regardless, I would refrain from taking one around.
No problem.
There were survivors from this little shootout.
That would be an awesome Easter egg. We should add it. We should have added in. Just put a water fountain in here, and if you drink it, you get cholera. That would have been hilarious. Although I would not have wanted to had to ask the animators to add the appropriate things to support that. Got any loot for us? Just a dead skeleton. I don't want to rob the Minuteman, but I'll take your 15 caps, Gunner.
Crops without radiation in them. I wonder if they'd be willing to trade someday.
Alright, how do we get up here? Nope, not that way.
Hope I have what you're looking for.
Didn't ask you anything. Thank you. Oh, that's just a... Where do we go here? Is it up here, maybe? Oh, we're getting closer. Vertically, anyway. Thank you. Whoops. Looks like in our cell duplication we had something disappeared. Oh, you know what I bet this is we have The yeah, that's, I know what's going on there. So the way we did these hijack cells is there's like layers. So as you complete different quests, different layers of it show up, and it looks like we didn't tag. These are probably part of the. I'm gonna say or screenshot this. So let's see, we'll save Nightingale. Whoops. Well, I saved a screenshot. Let's see, Nightingale stuff mistagged. So this stuff's supposed to be part of probably the layer for after they clean up the mess, and it accidentally got missed. More loot. Thank you. Oh, there's more stairs right here. That makes it easier. Hey, there's Raph. No? You always have stuff to say. Nothing? Okay, I thought he talked to us right there. Up we go. Oscar on 1 and 7, thank you again for another donation. Do you think you and your team will ever pitch a game to Bethesda Microsoft? Have you guys spoken about sticking together beyond SS2, FO4? I have no idea if we would ever pitch a game. I think, like, you know, that idea has definitely come up in discussion, and the idea of, like, you know, they're doing a lot of buyouts of companies and stuff, that if we were to spin up a studio, that might be feasible. But I've avoided it because I know we lack certain disciplines in our little squad that would be required to have our own game studio. And, you know, modding the game is one thing, but making a full game is a totally different animal. So yeah, we've discussed it, but you know, I'm very reticent to jump into that because it's a massively risky venture, and I'm pretty deep in my career and have a family and a lot of expenses, so I can't really take the same risks I could have done in my 20s. But we'll see where the future goes. I've got some ideas on the horizon, but right now my primary focus is just I want to finish SS2 and make sure that it kind of delivers on all the promises. I want to like get all the major bugs worked out and finish this story with a bang, get you guys all the mechanics I promised. So that way, if I ever do decide to pursue something, then, you know, all of these guys who've been following the project and everything will know that I will deliver on what I say I'll deliver on. So I feel like I got to deliver on this first.
The rest of my friends are tending to wounded downstairs already. Please, if you'll just listen.
You're wasting your damn breath, and you're still in our territory. The guns stay up until you...
We're not raiders or scavvers, all right? We're doctors. We're here to help. I see several bad breaks. That one isn't putting enough pressure on...
I'm losing my patience. If you don't get the hell out of here and... Are you kidding? There's more of you?
Keep talking to her like that, and I'll shoot you myself. Doesn't look like you bastards are long for this world anyhow.
Raphael, you're not helping.
This lot is a waste of time in Medstock. I'd almost hate to waste the ammo putting them down.
Raphael! Go find a rock and growl at it until you feel up to rejoining civilized discussions again. This is awkward.
Can you bring me up to speed on
I just saw the attack
the
gunners was one of the
are
options.
still healthy enough to shoot at us, and paranoid enough that they're very likely to. They're desperate and think they're backed into a corner. But I've been shouting across the room to their commander for an hour now. Never known gunners to bark that long if they were really intending to start shooting. Though that doesn't mean that they won't if we make a move. They'll wear themselves out eventually, but some of them might be in critical condition. The sooner I get to them, the better their odds.
Maybe I can reason with them.
I haven't even managed to get them to put their guns down. Maybe you'll get through to them. You have a louder reputation.
Either they run away with their tails between their legs, or open fire. Sounds like a damn fine idea to me.
Well, just remember, the Nightingales came here to help survivors, not slaughter them.
Why can't you assholes just leave us alone? We're holding this hospital on gunner business, which doesn't involve you, so get out.
Hello, Cynical. I see Cynical's in chat. Cynical is the one who wrote the Nightingale's questline, so mad props to her. If you guys like what you're seeing here, she is the brains behind this. Quester WI, thank you for the donation. Don't have to loot Nightingales, loot them all and put in a locker and give you a key. Oh, I didn't. If that's true, that's awesome that Sag figured that out. I was pretty sure it was like random loot that gets put in there, but maybe he did rig that up. That's pretty cool.
Who are you people exactly?
I'm Commander Yorks. Field promoted this morning. Don't know who you are and I don't care. We're not interested in another firefight, and I'm not risking the lives of my men on you and your aid.
Okay, calm down and take a deep breath. If you're sick, I want to help you.
Look, you can't help us and I don't trust you, so You want this place? Fine. Just let us leave, okay? Not like we'll be able to hold it anyway.
You need to get treatment before you put any more lives at risk.
She has medicine that'll treat you.
Please, just let us dress your wounds and try to cure whatever is wrong. You'll be free to leave anytime you want, I promise.
There's gotta be a catch, damn it. Raiders I get, but what the hell is your angle?
I get it. You're searching for a catch. If it'll make you feel better accepting our help, you can gift us some hospital supplies once we're done.
You cure whatever's wrong with us. You can keep the whole damn hospital. But I'm watching all of you, especially the asshole running his mouth.
I also use it to bite. Don't forget that.
Good work. I know you had no reason to do that, considering they're gunners, but you talked them down anyway. I don't know if we'll be able to cure them, but I know their chances are better with us than out there on their own. So, they might not be thanking you for it, but I will. Thank you. I wonder if we can't get some of this hospital's equipment up and running again. It's definitely bigger than our place by Diamond City. It is more dangerous out here, of course. And I'll have to talk it over with the others. In any case, we'll explore this place a bit and see what we can find. I'll put some aside for you, so come back in a couple days if you like. And thanks for being here today.
Fantastic. Alright, now we should get a quest complete here. Oh, I see. Nope, that's just a generic skeleton. Alright. Alright, she's gonna head. I think she goes upstairs. Oh, maybe she's gonna go treat these guys. What did. Oh, hey, here we go. Lock Hospital. And now that I just sent the Emmons over, I can actually start building up in Sanctuary and getting some more of the stuff set up so I don't have to deal with so many sick people. Alright, let's go. Go on down. This is one of the things I was following to see where Fiona was going, because I like to see Sag, who's our lead quest designer, I will call him. He's kind of in charge of making all of the quests do what the writers had in mind in Chapter 2 and now in Chapter 3. He likes to go through and make sure that NPCs do something after the end of the quest, and that's something like I always skip on whenever I'm in charge of quests because I just don't have time. So it's always fun to see where he has the NPCs hang out at the end of a quest. Alright, what do we got left here? Let's see. So journalistic ethics, it'll pop soon. We're not doing hostile takeover yet. We're probably never gonna do this. What do we got here? No, we're not doing that either. Find information about Sean, no. Let's see, hunt for the other trophy animals. Let's see. Can I still collect? I don't think I can collect the gunner scalps anymore. I think that's you miss out on that opportunity once you get far enough into that quest. That's just over. We're not going to do Anton and Paul. I think what we might do is actually just do some pastime commands here.
You be careful out there.
So let's get out of here, because if we pass time while we're in here, I don't think it'll let the quest continue. So let's go here. Oh yeah, Quester, there's different dialogue if you've already defeated GNN when that encounter happens, which I appreciate that. I was watching Kotabos, I don't know how you say his YouTube name, do his latest episode, and I saw him commenting on one of our side NPCs doesn't react to that you've destroyed the Brotherhood, and that's one thing I can appreciate about the main quest team, Cynical and Sarik and ND County. They're the main three writers on the team now, and they take a lot of time to make sure that we compensate for all those little things the character or the player has done, whereas a lot of our side character stuff that we did, especially in the initial release of SS2, all those recruitable sellers, we rarely had the bandwidth or the forethought to think about all the different combinations of things the player might have done. So there's a lot of, if the character shows up, so we have, like, for example, I think in Katabos it was Def Nadine. She talks about how she hates the Brotherhood, but she doesn't acknowledge that you already defeated the Brotherhood. And I'm trying to remember how her quest development went along. But I think she only appears, her initial appearance trigger is based on if you've sided with the Minutemen, defeated the castle, and haven't destroyed the Brotherhood yet. But then I think I have it set up so that if a character appears and you haven't recruited them yet, and then the conditions are wrong after that, that the character doesn't disappear. So that's what some of you guys have talked about, like after you defeat the Brotherhood and the character Charles shows up anyway. I think I set it up so it's like once a character appears in the world, I don't want to take them away because I think people would rather have more settlers than less, even if it's a little unimmersive. Okay, so let's do a, well, first we're going to save, hiccups. Let's save before we, LP day 13 mid-session. Well, before we do a pastime, because you never know when things will go wrong with this. Let's pass 24 hours, see what happens. See if any of our quests pop, because we've got 3 we're waiting on right now. CPD, Alyssa, and now the Nightingales. So my guess is, oh, what's going on here? Get out of here with that. All right, well, let's go over to, we'll go back to Sanctuary and we'll give the oh, I gotta level up too. We'll go give the Emmons something to do, and maybe that'll, the fast travel time will be enough to trigger something. All right, I think I've talked about getting Gun Nut, because it is about time I go through and upgrade my weaponry and whatnot. Do I have any stuff coming up? See, 31, I'm at low, that's a long ways away. 31, 31. 30, oh yeah, I'm like ages away from anything. All right, we're gonna go ahead and grab, I think I was getting, oh, I was gonna get Bloody Mess last time I think that's why I grabbed a point in luck, so yeah. Love seeing the gore in this game. It makes me chuckle every time. All right, let's go back to Sanctuary. 19 people now. All right, the double recruitment is working. Because I had 15, I got the Emmons, and then 2 more people after that. That's fantastic. Oh, did I miss another combat shotgun? Damn it. I'm going to talk about wanting a combat shotgun forever, and I'm never going to get it because I'm never paying attention to the weaponry. I'm just looking for plus signs next to the gear. Alright, let's see. We can do a little bit of building here. 19 people. Fancy. Oh, look at that. 78 happiness. Look at all that stuff we have to build with. We're in good shape here. Good power. Look at all that green. Feels good. Alright, we're still short on power. Oh, look, we're missing some water now. 19 beds. Now the beds are going up. Did some houses build? Oh, yeah. A little house built over here. This was empty before. Oh, the Emmons moved in. Oh, tell me they moved in together. That would be too awesome. Is this a 2-person? Yep. Now it went to 17 beds. What is happening? And happiness jumped to 83. Something crazy going on. I must have had a bunch of script lag. Whoa! I think they did. I think they moved in together on their own. That's fantastic. That is not scripted. That's just random luck.
Pete's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Uh-oh.
This big lump in me. We got Summit great. Things are real good.
Cynical, if you're paying attention. Did you hear that robo voice?
I just want to trade a few things.
Hi there. Good to see you again.
This place is great. I'm so glad we're allowed to live here. It's way nicer than our old shack.
Thanks, Pete. I love those lines. We have there's all of our custom settlers have, well, I would say 90% of our custom settlers have lines that react to the happiness of your settlement. So if you're above 80, I think they talk about it like it's a great place. If it's between, I want to say 50 and 70, they talk about it like, well, it needs a little bit of improvement. If it's below 50, they talk about it like it's a shithole. So that's fun to hear them saying those lines. All right, let's see. Yeah, the Emmons just moved in together. That's freaking awesome. It's one of those things where I would love to code in to like just make it happen, but it would be a crazy amount of work, and it would be buggy as hell. So I haven't bothered to do something like that. All right, let's see here. So it looks like everybody kind of got housed on their own. Although now it says 17 and it was 19. That's very strange that it jumped around. All right, I want to just build a couple more residential because the way the recruitment works when you have a communications station is that the more houses and beds you have, the more people will show up. So you kind of get natural control over how many people are moving in your settlement. And you guys, any of you guys have been watching my Let's Plays for a long time, you know I like to push the limit, especially on Sanctuary. I think my last Sanctuary build, we had 50 people in it. So I am not afraid to do that again. So let's go ahead and pop down a couple of residences here. Let's see. Did people move into some of these empty job plots we had then? Let's see. Alex LAX, thank you for the donation. First actual live and not a replay. I just started Sim Settlements and love it. I find a whole new purpose in doing settlements now in the best way. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That was the goal of the SS2, is to give this some purpose to settlements beyond just mere existing. Having a story around them and having some cool unlocks to get as you go. That's why I made this. Well, I did not make this. I gotta stop saying that. A team made this. This is why I started creating some settlements, because I wanted that feeling when I was playing this game, playing Fallout 4. Bulky, thank you for the donation. 2077 for the bomb drops. Also, I've played your mods for free for years. Thanks for all the work you and your team has done. Much love, and folks, 110 watching, hit that like. Thank you, King Gath. Really, you are amazing. Thank you so much for the kind words and the donations. Really appreciate it. Let's see, what was I totally lost track of what I was doing. We need more water. It looks like that made it to level 2, so that's awesome. We need one more job. It looks like our bar upgraded. Someone's working our weapons store now, so we're gonna have caps galore coming in, which is good. And caps are not, there's actually, like, we have way more caps than we need right now, but when I finally start getting the HQ stuff added, there'll be a lot more use for caps in the settlements. Let's see here. So we just built a couple more residential, so now we're up to 19 beds. Beautiful. What kind of jobs do we need? We were talking about it earlier. So we needed more power. That's what we need, because we're going to be getting... oh, and this thing just recruited. Okay, so let's change this thing over to a power plant, because HQ is going to need just massive amounts of power. And I don't think I have power transfer unlocked yet. Let's see here. And actually, before I do this, let's not make the same mistake and make sure I have enough. Okay, good. I have enough storage in my scrap storage, so I'm going to lose 1,200 when I do this. Let's see. Customize plot. Nope. Oh, yeah, that was right. That was customized plot. Customized plot. Change plot type. And we're going to change this to municipal.
Can't talk now.
Okay, buddy. Thank you. All right. This will take a minute to switch over. I also unlocked hospitals. Oh, yeah, that's right. Let's see. How many jobs do I... Ooh, that looks ugly. I love those explosions, but occasionally we get one with the dirt built into it. It looks like 1 or 2 maybe I have people for. But I can always swap one of those commercial plots. I don't actually need those.
Hope you ain't
those are always... The commercial are always meant to be like that extra. A little bit extra at the end. Like they're definitely meant to be the least important. Even though they end up being my favorite, they're always intentionally kind of the least important, because they're... You know, it's not something you need. That's just like recreational. The commercial stuff is meant to be for the evolution of your settlement, where you're doing exceptionally. You got a lot of access. All right, let's do building plan. Oh, that one already went to a hospital. Yeah, we can let that be. And then we'll try building a power plant for the next one. I really want to unlock. Okay, cool. I already started building. Cool, we'll get a hospital. That sounds good. I really want to get advanced unlocks, but I don't remember how we do that. I think it's level 3 of a previous. What are we at? Level 2 here. The tech tree is so deep. I do not have it memorized. It's all on the wiki. So if somebody wanted to dig that up for me, they could. But not important. We're gonna just keep building. Because even if we get a power plant, and if we had advanced, I don't necessarily have a guy who can work that. All right, where are we gonna stick a power plant here? I think. Good spot for the hospital, right in the middle. That's actually a terrible spot for the hospital. Let's change that. We'll do a hospital elsewhere. Put it in the hospital right in the middle of the industrial zone. Just feels bad. All right, that should give us a full refund because it wasn't completed. So let's do basic power plant, and then we'll go build a hospital somewhere a little more reasonable. We'll put it next to our little park over here. That feels good. Get the one with the foundation in it. I don't want to block my entryway because I like have this overwhelming urge every time I do a playthrough to take over the home. Like I just always want to just build it myself. All right, can we reach over there? We can, but I think I'm gonna need to give this thing a generator. We'll just give you a little guy for now. Cover up some of the sounds of the hammers. I'll swap that out when we get a little more power going. Generator station, yes. Let's see, how about you? Choose building plan. Okay, cool. It picked hospital automatically. Let's see, not crazy. For advanced power, you need 5 level 3 power plots. Okay, cool. Well, that helps with that. There's actually there's another way to shortcut to get all of the advanced producers. You can actually get also by doing some of the settler side quests. I think Gremlin unlocks Marshall. Ventilator unlocks water. What's his name? There's a farmer guy. I can't not think of his name. I can see his picture. Joe Gallagher unlocks agricultural, and I can't remember who unlocks the power. I think maybe Archon. Maybe Archon does, but I haven't seen any of those settlers yet. At least I don't think I have. The best way, if you like those custom settlers, you want to get them. Most of them are going to be attracted by building up a lot of commercial and recreational plots in your settlements. Those will start causing those to be attracted. Or you can go do. Oh, and I think also. That's another thing I can't remember. So the custom settlers are locked behind one of 2 things. One of the triggers is to finish the Ron's quest to recruit the Powells and what's their names? Anton and Audra Knox, to get some combination of them. That will start unlocking the custom settlers, and there's also another like way to do it for people who aren't playing through the quest lines. I just can't remember what it is right now. That should be documented on the wiki. Alright, let's see. Well, those built, so that feels like I got enough people. Yeah, it looks like our job meter's full now. So now our last remaining problem is we're still screwed on water. Which I want to get... I don't think it shouldn't be a big deal to get that fixed as long as this thing's still producing. Yeah, we're getting 28 food there, so we're good. So I can suffer with a little less water for now. The water requirement is probably preventing some residential from upgrading, but that's okay. Let's see here. So I'll live without water. I do kind of want to get some more recreational going. Not that we need it for happiness, but now I want to start getting recreational for training purposes, because we've got plenty of organic materials. I can afford to build these. I got plenty of all sorts of materials. This is great. We really, that one day when I went crazy on building, really fixed up the network here. So let's build up some rec plots and get some more training going so we can get some stronger folks. Alright, let's see. This will be our little rec corner for now. We'll put some training stuff over here. So we'll do... I think I can squeeze 4 over here. We'll do the foundation ones, though. Let's see. 1... Wow, that is really crooked. And now I'm okay with that. I like haphazard crookedness in my settlements. I will get rid of this. That's probably going to trigger some of you that I just did that. Covered up those stairs. That I don't mind. Alright, let's see here. We got... What one is that? Is that agility? This is going to be... I don't know. What do we got here? Intelligence, sure. And... Oh, that one's agility. So this one must be endurance over here. What is this one going to get? That one is also getting... Okay, we're going to change you. I think I don't have a perception one yet. We'll just get some of each. Choose building plan. Perception. And I don't have charisma either, but that's okay. Alright, there we go. I guess I might as well build one of each. We got yeah, pay and build. We'll go ahead and do that. We'll have the full collection then. That'll hopefully give us, by the time we get to HQ, we'll then have a couple of random settlers that'll have high stats to help out with our departments. And I think, yeah, and then I think once you build one of each, you unlock the luck training. And even though luck is virtually useless, it has very tiny benefits. It's one of those things. One of these days, I'm just going to add like a bunch of crazy benefits to it, and then luck's going to become the best stat. All right, let's change you to charisma training. And now we got the whole set. It should ask us to confirm. Now I don't recall if these need power to operate or not. So some of the some of the plots, if you don't power them, you don't get the benefit of them, and others you do. And usually it's the level 1 of every building plan works fine without power, so that way you can kind of skimp on power, not have to stretch your resources too much. And I believe I went across the board like that, but I could be wrong. I think there's some the exceptions are the ones that would be obvious, like The advanced and high-tech plots require power, and like communications requires power. So some of the ones that are obvious that would require power, those required at level 1. Otherwise, they shouldn't. None of them should. Mythor, wish they'd smart assign to recreational plots. Yeah, we actually have. I believe we have code to do something like that, and we'll be patching it in at some point. Pra, who I'm sure you all know, he's got plenty of mods out there, went through and did like this big auto assign overhaul code, like a special function to handle smarter assignment. It was not an auto assign, it's like a reassignment thing, because doing that analysis in real time for the auto assign, yeah, it would be brutal. It would just run the game to a halt. We have like the idea is you could have like a utility you would run, and we might tie it to HQ, like a thing where you can tell the logistics team to optimize assignment for a settlement, and it takes a while. Like the code is just really slow. But I think it would be worth it to do it, you know, in a big settlement, to have it go through and optimize all the assignments could be cool. Okay, let's see where all of our meters are at now. Alright, we got about half our folks with some recreation. That's fine by me. We don't need everybody to have it. The numbers overlapping the icons is driving me insane. If you're watching, those people I brought into the Big Brain secret channel. If anyone wants to take a crack at that bug, it has been driving me batty since before we launched. I've never been able to figure out why it happens. No idea how to fix it. Alright, cool. We're about to get some level 3 industrial. That's awesome. Thank you, iBot. I kind of want to build a machine parts industrial just because I can now. I like when I unlock stuff, I want to build it. That's level 2. Man, this settlement's rocking right now. I'm liking this. Alright, so now let's save and pass time again. I think we're actually going to bring on Al here in a few minutes. I think this is a good spot to stop. I don't want to start any more quests. I'm going to save, and then I'm going to pass time again. And we'll see if anything pops, just so we know what we're going to do next time. So save LP day 13 post building. Alright, let's pass time again. See if we break anything. It's definitely lagging. There we go. See if any quests pop. Okay, yep, that popped the next Nightingale's quest. Still nothing from Alyssa. And I bet we can go check on, because I think we usually use 48-hour timers for this, so I'm guessing we could go to TPD HQ and it would be updated as well. So we can do both of those next time. So that'll be cool. All right, let's do, so that didn't crash anything, so I think I can safely save this as end of session. And then we're going to do my usual. We're going to set it to nice and bright outside. So we'll go set game hour to 11. Make the weather clear. And then we'll set the time scale to 0.1. So, oops, not 0:1. There we go. Now it should lock in place. Now let's stay far away from Hammerville so you guys don't all get driven mad. All right, so we're going to switch gears now to kind of Q&A podcast blend. It's just kind of, I'm going to have somebody on. We're going to have Mr. Al Chestbreach, who you may or may not have seen his YouTube videos. Fantastic channel. Go check it out if you haven't. He recently has gone through and done a playthrough of SS2 and Chapter 2. I think he's still going. We'll find out in a moment when I bring him on. I'm going to bring him on through Discord. We might have to go through some issues with the, what do you call it? Hold on just a second, I gotta get my screen figured out here. We might go through some issues with audio, but we are going to bring him on and let's see here. Call up. And we'll just talk about Fallout. Al.
Hello.
Hello, are you there?
I'm here.
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing great. Yourself, King Gath?
I'm doing awesome. Just got a good play session in. So we got to do some sound checks first. I like to do this live.
Sounds good.
Waste everyone's time while they listen to us. Mic check. Can everybody hear Al? And is his volume good? Do I need to tinker with it?
How do I sound?
Al is very loud. All right.
Oh no.
That's on my end. Let me
Okay.
adjust my settings. Let's see here. So we're gonna try doing. We'll reduce output volume. All right, Al, can you say a few more words? We'll see if this gets it better.
Yes. How about now? How is my voice now?
Very sexy.
Thank you.
You have much more fun when you play than I do. I try and keep it. I'm always trying to in dev mode. Like, what can I tell people about the background?
What can I go through?
Yeah. I like watching your stuff because you often bust out into song. You're having so much fun with it, which I appreciate.
Yes, I love playing Sim Settlements too, and it definitely gets me in the singing mood for sure.
Now, are you still going with your chapter 2, or did you finally figure out how to get to the end of the HQ quest?
No, I am still going. I'm currently routing power, I think.
Okay.
Is what I currently am up to. So I'm very much at the end.
Yeah.
And a lot of, which I love, a lot of like the small settlement characters keep popping up, and I keep meeting them and going on little adventures.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah, it's fun. It's been fun to watch your playthrough because you're discovering. And I don't know how much of this is because I think you do some of this on a live stream, right? And then you edit it down, or do you do both? Like, how do you end up playing through
both.
it? Okay.
Because the one on YouTube, that's I'll just record on my own, so I can take everything in and just make sure I don't miss anything. And then when I stream, I also have it on, and I'll do something like alongside of it.
Sure. Because I can't tell if you're naturally figuring this stuff out, or if you're having to go read forums, or if the live stream people are helping you through it. Because I know that HQ is massively complicated. It's one of those things where I'm like constantly, when I watch people's Let's Plays, I'm like, how can I simplify this? How can I streamline this? How can I better explain this? Because I see you struggling. But you're also, I can see as you're going through your videos, you're figuring it's either clicking for you or people are helping you along. I can't tell which.
Yeah, I've done a bunch of like not recording, and I'll just play and I'll just try to figure stuff out, and then eventually like something will pop up, or I'll understand a mechanic, and then I'll go back and basically record it.
Awesome. Is it all? Do you feel like you got it all now, or are you still fuzzy on some of it?
I'm pretty good on at least like the main base making. I know initially when I restarted the playthrough, I was a little fuzzy, especially on like the industrial stuff, but it's all definitely come together after playing as long as I have been.
Yeah, you must have some hours in there with the amount of stuff you've got built up and everything. But
having fun with it, so
that's awesome. It seems like in your latest one, I was like, oh man, he's got he's in the loop that I wanted him to be in, which made me feel good. I was like, all right, good, somebody figured it out. At least I have proof. If someone says this stuff is nonsense, I can be like, well, go watch Al. He figured it out.
If he can figure it out, you can figure it out.
But yeah, the idea of like you're trying to find people to give yourself more energy to do stuff more HQ. So then you go to your settlements, you find those named people, they've got higher stats, they send you on little adventures in between. It kind of keeps that loop going of go to your settlements, find people. So it's fun to see that it's playing out how I wanted it. So I guess the next question is the loop fun from your perspective? Are you enjoying yourself all the way through? Okay.
100% very fun. Because otherwise, vanilla, there's basically no reason to go back to your settlement unless you're building, but it really does make the settlements alive, and you never know what you're gonna expect or run into companion-wise, quest, or even just seeing the NPCs upgrade their buildings to like the newer version. You're like, oh, that's different when you return.
Sure. Yeah, that's the whole goal. So one of the things I wanted to set up front with our little conversation here. So this is this little thing I do here of after I'm done playing is just because I used to do a podcast and I had a lot of fun doing that, and I kind of missed it.
Nice.
But don't feel the need to shower the mob with praise. Just tell me, tell it to me straight. Everybody in the audience, everybody who's watching this or who is going to end up watching this in a replay, they've all played the mod. They know of its faults, and they know the long tail on the bug fix chain that I'll go through. I'm here to just hear your honest opinion of things. But also just want to talk to you about Fallout and mods and stuff in general, because you've been playing mods on camera for a very long time now.
Very long time. I think it's been I started in November of 2010. So,
dozen years. That's a long while. What did you get started with?
Just New Vegas, and the Bounties, the Some Guy 2000 series on New Vegas. I don't know if you've ever played it.
I have not. I've barely modded New Vegas at all. I did a lot of I've done a lot of mods on Skyrim and a lot on Fallout 4, but I barely touched mods on New Vegas. But man, the pool is so deep for that game.
There really is so much, and people are still making mods for it. It's insane, and each year they seem like they get better or more creative, especially mod authors who have been around for a while and know their way around the Gek and all that.
Yeah, that one. What was the big one? The Frontier, like the tech,
Frontier.
The tech in that is insane. Like
to
get past all the controversy and the some of the funkiness and the storytelling, the tech of it is unbelievably
exactly good. The technical things they did in that with the vehicles and vertibirds, like just some insane stuff.
That's pretty awesome. I love seeing how deep people go with the Bethesda games.
Right.
So what do you in the context of all that? Honest opinion, how do you feel about your Sim Settlements 2 experience?
I would say pretty dang good. I'm trying to think. I have been a little bit cheaty on just getting people for the HQ. That's the only area, I guess, that I've kind of if I'm sending a settler there, sometimes I'll bump their stats up a little bit, maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's getting a grip on like the essential, I guess, parts of the settlements. Once you understand that, I feel, then users can really like dive into it.
Yeah.
And like plan out their cities too, because I feel like in the beginning, obviously there's all the basic stuff, but I did enjoy going back to all my settlements, but I did realize, I have to build all these industrial things, and then checking out the the special types of buildings that transfer power or water. Yeah, a lot to go through, but once you get the grasp of that, like,
it's an interesting space for when you're trying to like entertain others. Like if you're streaming or just recording Let's Plays, you almost like then the normal gameplay loop of SS2 kind of like fights against you because it's designed for like a really long playthrough, right? Like it's
exactly
you don't have you're not, no one want, like, even whenever I'm streaming, and if you caught some of what I was just doing in there, I rarely build on stream because it's like I don't think people really want to see a whole lot of that. Like when there's all this quest content, and then if you get sucked into the quest content, then the building almost feels like a distraction in a way. And so for some of that, like for our main quest, like we put intentional pauses in there so that people could like, oh, now's when I'm supposed to build, or now I'm supposed to go do other stuff. Otherwise, it's just you're so sucked into the story, and then you get to HQ, and then it's like expecting you to have all these resources. And if you kind of skipped through and didn't do much in your settlements, then you have nothing, and then it's like, well, I can't build anything here.
I've got to upgrade all these, yeah.
Then you go back and just do settlement maintenance. It's like, okay, well, now I guess it's time to learn the mechanics I was supposed to be learning all through the story.
Right.
That's actually one of the I think it was Kotabos. I commented on his thing, like, I'd probably recommend, if you're going to do HQ on camera, just either cheat it, or I actually have a cheat option in the menu to change it so that all the timers are the same as the tutorial, so they're like 30 seconds long, so that, like, because that to me would be perfect for the streaming method, like, right, like you're not looking for it to happen in the background, you're trying to just, because that would be great if you're the player and it's like, all right, I'm gonna go work on the vanilla quest line for a while these guys clean up these rooms. If you're trying to just stream or just make YouTube videos for this quest line, then then all you're doing is you're just wasting time by hitting sleep over and over again, right? Like, so you might want to turn that on too. There's I don't remember what it's called, but if you go to the gameplay options in MCM, there's a section for HQ, and it's in there. It's something like override timers or something like that.
Okay, yeah, and that's on the little computer desk.
Yeah, you can do it on the desk, or you can do it in the holotape, or if you've got MCM, you can do it in there.
Yeah, that's right. I always forget about MCM. It's so very handy.
It's very, very nice. So, what are your thoughts on the quest line of SS2? Obviously, HQ system has been taking up a lot of your attention lately because it's a pretty crazy gameplay system that we put in there, and there's a lot to it. What have your thoughts been on the story of SS2 in Chapter 2?
I've really enjoyed it, especially like Jake and slowly learning his story and stuff, and the amount of other characters, like supportive cast, that are also in it. I've really enjoyed, and especially all the voice acting. You know, so many, like especially for the size of the mod.
Yeah.
Like the amount of fantastic, like voice work you have and stuff like that is like super impressive.
We have been blessed with that because as being a longtime mod player, that the quality of voice acting can go the gambit in mods.
Yeah, and it's difficult. Yeah, definitely.
But we've been very blessed with that. A lot of great talented people have come out and supported the project and have been willing to do that pro bono. We had a conversation about that earlier. Somebody asked about like how would you recommend as a mod author I get people to come do it for free? And it's so you just gotta ask because there's a lot of great people out there willing to do this stuff who just want to put their voice in the game or whatever, or looking to get some practice and whatnot. But we've been very, very lucky with the amount of great people who have come on board to do the voices for this.
No, definitely. And regarding the story, I mean, I think it was the way you guys, culminated from the sim settlement portion to the headquarter. Like, I really enjoyed that it's like, you can finally take out the gunners.
Yeah.
It's a world-changing event. And then after that, you have other stuff to do. Like, I really like the way that was set up as well.
I remember when you got to it, when you got to the HQ and your Let's Play, and you were just like, wait, there's more? Like, this is insane.
I was very surprised. I was like, this is amazing. It just kept going on and unfolding and unfolding.
I think our because you haven't gotten quite to it, but you're pretty close to the end of Chapter 2. I know it ends a lot softer than Chapter 1 did. Like Chapter 1, I think most people were like shocked by the way we ended Chapter 1, with the big cliffhanger.
Sure.
And we intentionally didn't do a cliffhanger in this. Well, we get a kind of a cliffhanger, but like we ended it in a way where it was like, okay, if something happens and like some key person on the team bails on us where we just can't replace them, like at least the story is in a good enough space right there. There's some big threads that would be left hanging. That'd be a bummer, but we were so worried about it just because it's like this project takes up so much time for some of the people on the team. It's like a full-time job on top of whatever else they got going in life. So
right, exactly.
But you can see why, as how much content is jammed into Chapter 2. It just keeps on going. We kind of bit off more than we could chew there, but it's been it feels like we're getting to make our own game, which is why I think I sent an email to you saying like, yeah, I don't know if you know how important you are to the Fallout modding community. Is like having people who are entertaining go show off this stuff is like, that's why a lot of people do this. It's just to like, they just want some recognition and some validation. And like the stuff they're doing is really good. And
right.
Like,
no, definitely. And
so,
you can tell the amount of work that you all have put into this. Like it clearly shows. It's fantastic.
So hats off to the team. You guys are awesome.
Yes,
and all those
definitely.
voice actors, fantastic. But you, Al, thank you for continuing to play all these crazy mods in their goofy, buggy states in these old ass games, man. It's awesome.
As long as people are making them, I'll play them.
Right on. So do you mind answering questions from chat if people
sure,
tag in
yeah.
there? Awesome. I like to use this time to just kind of talk with folks in chat as well. So let me catch up through some messages here and we'll see what we got. Adrian Sorelli, the cafeteria and one of the living quarters in HQ, it just has floating items. Is there bugs or a way you can fix it? And Al, you have some of this floating items going on in your playthrough too. There's those little black boxes next to the rooms, and some of the rooms it's like outside of them or in the middle of the hallways. If you click on those are the same as the ASAM sensors on the plots. There's a refresh option, so you can hit that and that might fix it. Some of the time, though, it could be a bug with specific things, so best to post on the forums just a picture of what you're seeing floating, and we'll see if we can get it fixed. And the other thing it can be is on some of them, like I think this is what happened in yours, Al, in your lower quarters. I think you built the decoration layer before the base.
Yes, and
which
you did tell me, so thank you very much. It's been fixed.
Oh, okay, cool. That was what it was. The other option was there.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
I was like, oh, whoops.
No, well, that was our fault. The decoration layer shouldn't have unlocked. That was a bug. So it could be that, Adrian. You might have run into the decoration layer unlocked before the base layer, which is not supposed to happen. Sarik, question for Al. What aspects of the mod have you found lacking, lackluster, or disappointing? Sarik is the lead writer, so he's looking for some critical feedback from you.
Okay. Lackluster. I mean, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say, why don't you think on it for a minute, and I'll go to the next one.
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right, cool. Mod Hunter, I used to watch a builder who would stream for 5 to 12 hours most days. That's crazy. Wow, that's a lot of hours building. I guess I don't mind watching people build if it's like in the background, like where I'm doing something else, but I don't know if I could actively pay attention to somebody building for that many hours.
Watching where they're placing everything,
yeah. Because sometimes I find myself when I'm trying to like build manually in settlement mode of just like I'll agonize over stupid little things like, maybe I should use this metal wall instead, and then just tear down everything I just did. Like I can't.
Just have to restart. Over again.
New character. I don't accept the settlement. So feel free to chime whenever you got an answer for Sarik's question. Feel free to grab me. Otherwise, I'm going to keep reading through these.
Okay.
Let's see. John Geddes, question for Al. Well, I'm going to hold off on your question for Al since I already gave him one to think on. Question WI. I swear I know Al's voice from somewhere, but not the channel you have linked here. Does he have another YouTube channel? Do you do any other stuff? Do you have any? Are you involved in any podcasts or anything?
No, I used to. I have like a very old sketch channel from back in the day.
Okay.
It's Build TCM, but that's not updated unless you were a subscriber years and years ago. But besides that, no, nothing currently else going on.
Okay. Let's see. And the Al Chestbreach stream archive is looking for your PC specs. Al, could you give me your PC specs?
I have horrible. I'm supposed to send those specs for I think over a year to Crab.
That's awesome.
Has not happened.
So yeah, the reminder.
I mean, lackluster parts. I mean, I feel like anything I'm going to complain about that I can really think about now is like just part of the Fallout 4 engine, I feel. I mean, sometimes NPCs will get like, clumped up in one area and won't necessarily go to their houses,
like the three guys sitting in front of me right here on stream.
Yes, they're just chilling. Yeah. But I feel like that's more an issue on Fallout 4's
that's
follower.
Yeah, that's their stuff. I think was it in your Let's Play where Cassandra was like on top of a ceiling?
Yes, she was in the void actually.
Yeah, that's one of those things. That's like one of the people who end up on the roof in Sanctuary, like right over off to the right there.
Oh
like,
yes, 100%.
Yeah,
all the time.
So the reason that happens, I can tell you the technical stuff. It is definitely a Fallout 4 thing.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Is in anywhere that's flagged as like a settlement. Or actually any area where there's NPCs with AI packages for sandboxing, which sandboxing is basically like find a piece of furniture like a chair or a lean marker and use it, and then kind of wander within a certain radius of that.
Okay.
And whenever you load into a new cell, all the NPCs are supposed to find a piece of furniture that's okay for their AI package, whether it is. So like in settlements, it's something they own, so they're supposed to go to it. And if the game can't find them one, it puts them in the center of the location. So in settlements, there's always like like in Sanctuary, it's in that backyard area, like where when you first start a new game, there's like some melons over there. That's where that is. So you'll find NPCs over there, and then it does a thing. It's called Move to Nav Mesh, and it's supposed to move them to a spot where it's safe to walk so that they can get to it. Well, in Sanctuary, the rooftops are all nav meshed so that NPCs can walk on them if you decide to get clever with stairs and stuff and build on them. So that's why other people ends up on rooftops. And what's weird with the engine is it can run out of sequence. It can try and move them to the nav mesh before the cell is fully loaded and there is no nav mesh. And when it does that, it can't move them anywhere. And that's how people end up in the void or under the world and stuff. So there's a lot of that's jankiness of the engine for sure. It's the same type of stuff you've seen in all of Bethesda's games, right? Like same type of stuff you see in New Vegas and whatnot, even though it's
they're features, not bugs.
Features, not bugs. Asking or Sir Rick's back to Sir Rick's question on telling lackluster stuff. It can that's why I said take your time and think on it, because it can be hard to tell people to their face the stuff you don't like about it, or if it could be a sign of there's so much good that it's overwhelming the negative, and the negative feels nitpicky.
Right. Yeah. I think that's kind of where I am.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you're liking it enough to where there's nothing bothering you so much. But we know there's plenty of faults, and like I said, there's a lot of people in the chat who've been around long enough who are probably waiting for me to fix 2-year-old bugs in the mod. They're like, that's that. How can he not say lackluster? Yeah, this one right here. But that's awesome to hear that nothing's coming to mind. John Geddes, question for Al: does he have any advice to someone who is just getting started streaming on Twitch or doing a story mode playthrough for YouTube?
I mean, if you're doing Twitch or streaming, I always just say at least have a schedule. I guess streaming, you probably want to stream more, at least once a week, I would say maybe. But yeah, I keep a schedule, have fun with it, and just keep going. Get a few viewers.
Do you advise singing?
Yeah, no, definitely. If you if you want to ask the people if they enjoy your singing, you can put it out there to the world.
Do you care if anyone enjoys your singing or not, though? Because it seems like that just comes from the soul from you. I love when you bust into song. It makes me happy every time, especially when you put ASAM into a song or anything that's Sim Settlements related. And he's writing our jams for us.
He's writing the jams, the ASAM jams. Yeah, no, if you can sing, and even if you can't, let it out. I don't. No. It's just I just sing. I don't care who's liking it or who's not.
Speaking of something else you do in your streams, has this been something you've done since day one? You always introduce yourself as a random made up name, and I don't know to this day. I mean, I've been watching your videos for years. To this day, it still makes me chuckle whenever I hear your goofy made up names at the start of the stream. It's like, hey, it gives me vibes of the. I always think of the SNL sketch of Norm Macdonald, like Turd Ferguson, funny name. That's always what comes to mind whenever I hear your goofy names. Did you start that from day one and you just kept it going, or is that something you introduced one day? And
I know the very first video I say, hey, it's Al Chestbreach, and the comments are like, oh, he said his name. But yeah, I think I did start it early on, maybe the third or fourth video, just because. I don't know. Every video I was watching, everyone would say their name first. So I said, oh, well, what if I said a goofy name instead of mine?
Is that just do you have a list ready to go? Or is it just whatever random 2 words pop into your mind? That's your name.
Basically, I try to ram 2 random words, and hopefully I haven't said it before, but nice. Yep, just...
Yeah, it is kind of redundant. I've always done my videos hey guys, King Gath here, to the point where when I don't do it, then I get comments calling me out wait a second, what's wrong with your intro? Why didn't you do it right?
It's not an official video.
Yeah, what is this nonsense? Get that out of here. Let's see here. Abduleo, a buddy of mine, believes the SS2 is based on FO2's story, following similar beats and having characters with the same names as those in FO2. I personally believe it's just a coincidence. I think there are characters in some of the recruitable settlers. Are a lot of those. We did kind of an anthology thing. I basically worked with one of the writers that I did Industrial Revolution with, and we just recruited a whole bunch of writers, and they pitched us, each of them pitched us 10 characters, and we went through approving them piece by piece, and it was just kind of let them do whatever they wanted. So we didn't have a ton of restrictions on what they could do. We would try and catch things and make sure they were lore friendly, but a lot of people did throwbacks to older Fallout games. So I think Sneak is based on some of the old tribal characters. I can speak some of that way. We've got I think some characters mentioned the Shees, which I think that those are from Fallout 2. There's a lot of people from who mentioned New Vegas characters, so there's probably some characters in SS2 that mention stuff from FO2, but I doubt the main story has anything to do with that. If there's anything like that at all, it would be coincidence for sure. Let's see here. Artful Bob, Al's companions make me laugh, especially when Steve was on reception in the medical center in HQ.
Yes. Oh, I don't know if you saw or during right before the raid on the Gunners.
Yeah.
Steve was given a voice line.
Yes.
Yeah,
I saw that, and I know what happened, and we mentioned that earlier because somebody said that one of our quests breaks Heather Kasdan. I'm sure you're familiar with that mod. And it's if we forget to put, so we'll do companion lines, and the way we do it is there's a system that Bethesda has called Current Companion, and you can get you can add any companion into your scene. So you know how like the vanilla game, you'll be doing a quest and the vanilla companions will interject in the middle of conversation?
Yes.
So we try and do that, and usually the way we do it is we tag the line with like who's supposed to speak it. It'll be a specific NPC. It's usually like, we want McCready to say this if he's with you, or Curie to say this. And if we forget to put a little tag on there of who it is, it's just whoever your companion is. So like in that case, Steve got to speak somebody, whoever's line that happened to be.
Oh, that's great.
It would have been funnier if it like gave it a voice, and then all of a sudden Steve would have had McCready's voice or something. That would have been awesome. And if those of you guys who don't know what we're talking about, Al plays with. You've had like the same cast of like it's always Steve and Jerry.
Mainly Jerry,
yeah. The same
especially
follower NPCs.
Yeah, especially the because I used to take Cuddles, which was a Death Claw, and Ball Arms, which is a Protectron. But the Death Claws, or at least Cuddles, he gets staggered a lot and has trouble fitting through like interiors and stuff.
Ah, yeah. I think you can end up, especially with our stuff, because we do a lot of group conversations. I think having too many followers, you're asking for trouble. You're asking to just like have scenes break down anyway, especially big fat ones. So probably a good move. So keep it to little Steve and Jerry.
Exactly. Keep it simple.
John Geddes, I used to be a musician, vocalist during the middle of the '80s metal era. There you go. You can add some singing to your stream to add some spice. I think if you want to try and blow up and do big with your stuff, you definitely got to have some sort of hook or angle, something to make yourself unique for sure.
Yeah, something to pop out.
Yeah. Let's see. Adam Souza. Okay, gotta sleep. Have fun, y'all. Good night. Yeah, good night to you too.
Later, Adam. Have a good night.
Right on. All right, I think I'm finally caught up to chat. Oh, wait, no, I see a question for Al. Make sure you guys tag at King Gath just so I can see it, even if it is for Al, just because I'm going to miss the chat otherwise. Lauren Woods, question for Al. Who's your favorite main and side character in Sim Settlements 2? So I guess main, we consider main characters like anybody who's like a Jake, you met through Jake or around Jake, and then like side characters would be probably the people like you meet in settlements and stuff.
I guess, wow, first side... I like so many of the side ones. That robot guy. All right. I really enjoyed Aiden. I did like Aiden, and I did get I like how you guys built him up, and so he did seem like an actual badass. Because sometimes a model have someone that's just like, oh yeah, he's a badass, doesn't really like show anything to build up to that. So I would say either Aiden for main or who is what's her name? The girl with the red overalls.
Lupe?
Lupe, yes, I enjoyed Lupe. She was a fun character as well.
Yeah, I like the voice actress. I think she was just a streamer. She wasn't like into VA at all. She just we just asked her like, hey, you'd be down for trying to voice a character.
That's awesome.
I like her voice a lot.
Actually, for side characters, I guess I really enjoyed the first ghoul that was that had tricked. Not even though it turned out spoilers. She knew that he was a ghoul. I really like that whole quest line and that ghoul.
Are you talking about Franklin?
Yes, Franklin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, and he's a great character. And I know it's a little bit more like a simpler grab, like a fetch quest kind of, but I did enjoy, I think it was OMAR I just recently did.
Oh yeah, the Assaultron.
Assaultron.
With the conscience.
Yes, the
feeling bad
dialogue
about the
for
kills.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the dialogue for that was like chilling, and like I really enjoyed that character. Just a killer robot that doesn't want to kill anymore.
That character is actually involved in another quest. If you stumble upon a guy named Hauer who shows up in your settlement,
Okay.
highly recommend doing that quest because it ties in OM0R to it a little bit.
Nice. And do you have any tips for, I guess, basically just go to all my settlements to find these wacky
You can do that, or you
characters?
can go to the Ron, and if you do his Y option, his like ask about his business, then the next time it goes through the loop, he'll have an option that says find a settler, and you pay him 500 caps, and he'll put a map marker on one of them.
Oh, okay.
So
I love the Ron. Also, I know I gave my favorites out already.
Right,
I love
the Ron's great. He's one of the, I've told this story to people on stream, but he's one of the characters that was like in an original draft for SS2, because SS2 was in development since 2018, and it kept going through like cycles of development hell. Because I mean, you know from being around the modding scene that a lot of these big story projects never get to fruition because there's so much work. There's like way more than people anticipate.
There's so much stuff that you don't think about, but yeah.
So he was one of the characters who survived like a very early draft, and he was so goofy compared to everybody else, but it ended up working because if you give too much seriousness for too long, you start eye rolling, where it's just like occasionally you need to just like let down the pressure, right? Like you just need something silly to happen which is one of the things I love about Fallout, because they do not shy away from the silliness, but you don't want it too main questy, because if it's like if Jake's doing that or Aiden starts doing the silliness, then it's gonna be hard to take them seriously.
I'm just imagining Jake, for whatever reason, I feel like Jake would be so weird if he was acting like the Ron and be like, what is this, a Wild Wasteland thing?
Yeah, the Ron is one of those. I'm glad we kept with
yes,
with that character.
I'm glad he survived the iterations.
John Getty says my favorite is Old Paul. I like Old Paul too.
Ooh, oh my god.
I can't remember if it was somebody. I don't remember who it was who called him out as looking like an earthworm. I feel like that would be something you would say. I remember. I felt so bad for Nika when you did the playthrough of Machine and Her, and you had that earthworm mod installed. I don't remember if it was.
Yes. It was just this horrifying creature. Just as we go through this, developing character, he has a weirdo worm creature with us.
Yeah, was that did that make your character look like an earthworm, or was that like a companion that was like that?
It was either me or it was a companion. It may have been, but yeah, I do remember that. I love those little weird mods that just every once in a while come out and you're like, all right, I'll put that in my game.
One of the things I always here's some perspective from a mod author. So when you think about doing that next time, is when there's a guy on YouTube. It's like Crazy Sam Deluxe, something like that, and he covers our stuff, and he likes to customize all the characters, which more power to you. But I would also say, as a creator of a quest mod, whenever people do that, a lot of times I see in the comments like, wait, is that in their mod? And it's like, so like, keep that in mind of them, that people are like, I think you do a pretty good job of being like, oh, and by the way, this thing is another mod I have installed. There's a link below. But I see some people do it and they just put weird stuff in, and it makes it look like that was like the mod author's decision, which, for quest stuff can have a pretty big negative impact of being like, oh, that's not what we did. We didn't make that choice. We're not the Frontier team.
Right, exactly. It's different. Yeah, and the mods can skew it to I hear you. That makes sense.
But that one always stood out to me, because I remember after you had that earthworm thing, I think somebody, I don't remember who did it. It was another YouTuber or somebody on our team noticed that Old Paul has this weirdly long neck, and I always just refer to him as his earthworm Paul now. Somebody's pointed that out to me, and I can't unsee it.
I did have, speaking of changing what characters look like, I for the stream one time, Old Paul, there's an animal skins mod, and you can turn NPCs into giant walking crabs. So I'd forgotten during the stream I gave Old Paul a crab outfit, so this crab is trying to talk to me, and I was like, oh my god, that's Old Paul, I gotta Gotta take that off. That's not right.
That's hilarious. Carvok, thank you for the donation. He just says the run. So fellow fan of the run. Let's see here. Going back up, Chuck Boris. When Chapter 3 releases, will you make a SS2 3-in-1? We will not. SS1 was planned to have that all-in-one from the get-go. So all of the it's hard to explain if you haven't done any modding, but all of the content was designed to be in one plugin from the get-go. Merging together all of these chapters would be nightmare fuel. Like, it could be done, but I'm not going to do it. So maybe somebody else will do it one day. Not going to be me. Velen Low, King Yath, to Al. Yes, a fellow Aiden appreciator.
Yes.
Yeah, Aiden's a good character. I liked him a lot. Did you play through? I think you played through some of it. I don't know if you ever finished it. Did you play through all of the Conqueror content when we did it?
I don't think I did play through all of it. I started, and then there was a certain point I think I reached.
Well, I think we were patching in story content. So I think you had moved on by the time we got to a lot of the content. But then Aiden came from Conqueror originally, so he was like the antagonist to Jammer in there. So it was, you're playing a Jammer, you're playing a bad guy, so he was kind of your foil as a Minuteman. And then we wanted that character to keep going, so he's in both mods. And so one of the things I'm hoping we can do one day is go finish the Conqueror story, port it forward to SS2, and we'll have to have like some sort of like moment in our quest line where it's a point of no return because Aiden's involved in both. You'll have to choose of like which quest line you're gonna do, and so it'll be a nice, for marketing purposes especially, be like see the other side of Aiden and watch him be your antagonist. I think
that's awesome.
That'll be fun if we can ever get that done. That was that project was my first foray into like serious quest mod creation. Learned a lot during that. It is a big challenge. Like, I have so much respect for people who pull off those big story mods, like the Frontiers and the New California and any of those that get
huge
released.
Projects. Yeah,
it's such a miracle when any of them come out.
Just the amount of like coordination just between people is like, it's insane.
Absolutely, especially with most people are doing it on a zero budget or very minimal budget.
Exactly. Yeah.
What's the most impressive story mod you've played to date? As far as, and I'm not looking for I'm not reaching for you to say SS2 or anything. But like, because you've played so many Fallout mods throughout your 12 years now, you said, of playing this.
Yes.
What's the one where you've been like so just? Has anything topped like Frontier from a technical perspective? I think it'll be a while before we see anybody top that for taking, especially like, obviously you've got to take into account New Vegas's tech level versus like Fallout 4 obviously had a lot of upgrades, so some of its base content is cooler than what people pulled off of mods with New Vegas. But anyway, what is the most impressive Fallout mod you've played?
There was one I recently, I think it was maybe a year ago. I'm trying to look for it right now because the name escapes me. Also, Hearts of Darkness. That one came out in July of 2021. That was a pretty extensive like raider story. That was pretty nice.
Was that New Vegas or Fallout 4?
That's Fallout 4.
Oh, that's Fallout 4.
Yeah, that's Fallout 4. I'll let you know. Fallout 3. There's a Fallout 3 mod called Washington's Malevolence that came out a while back. I played that last year. That was a huge. Really reminded me of like Far Harbor, but just done a different way. That was another fantastic mod I played last year. That one's New Vegas, and Age of Airships, that's what it is. I would say on Fallout 4, fantastic mod. Galejro, Vicious Seth, and others. It's like a...
That's one where it's got like cars and ships flying around and stuff.
Yes, you travel through time, and there's different locations. They got custom meshes and textures and puzzles and secrets. There's just a ton of stuff in it. Just very impressive.
There's been a few mods where I look at it, I'm like, how the hell did they do that? You had one recently where I still can't figure out how they did it, and I dug through and I decompiled all the scripts. It was like the side scroller thing where
yes.
Like, how I can think of so many things I could do with that. Just the ability to like force the player's camera, and I don't think it required the script extender, which is what blew my mind. I was like, how the hell?
Yeah, that's That's pretty impressive. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So that, like, it's just, it was obviously just like a proof of concept type of thing for him. That wasn't meant to be a big serious mod or anything. But from my perspective, like from the tech, I was like, how the hell can you do that in Fallout 4?
Right.
The other one that was really impressive to me that I saw from your stream was in Fallout 4 was the train one, where like,
yes,
how the heck did they do that? Like, that's moving through that whole landscape like that the whole time. I'm sure it was some sort of smoke and mirrors trick, but I have no idea how they did it. Really cool.
It looked great, and then I love how at the end it's like, okay, now it's a settlement. You can build on
this moving train. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that. Some of the stuff people come up with is so freaking cool. I love mods.
Super creative, yeah.
Yeah. I especially like mods over just full. So one of the things like I talk a lot on this channel is what I'm going to do after some settlements, because I've looked into doing some game dev or whatnot, and it's one of the things I love about modding is that there's so much restraint on your creativity that it makes you be more creative, because you can't just do anything. Like the limitations actually help spawn new creativity. Like I think that's why many of the greatest games that have come out in the last 15-20 years started out as mods. Like there's so many like whole genres have been like the whole what's it called, the new format of deathmatch that's in like PUBG and Fortnite and everything like that came from mods. Or like the like Defense of the Ancients started the whole Dota style mod. Well, Dota is that. Like started Dota 2 and League of Legends and everything. Like so many great games have come from mods, and I think it's because they were restrained by having to work within the engine that they had and working within those restrictions, and they created these whole new genres of games. I love mods so much. It's so,
definitely.
It's so cool.
I agree, because it does you're within the bounds of the engine, and so it makes you creative and think of different ways to do things.
Yeah. Have you seen anything in your time playing New Vegas and Fallout 3, etc.? I mean, you've played other games, but I think that most of your content is in Fallout, right?
Yeah, mostly Fallout, yeah.
I think you had quite a bit of Sims stuff as well?
Yeah, I did a bunch of Sims 3 stuff, and then Sims 4 I dabbled with, but Sims 4, I don't know why. It seemed a little bit more shallow, I would say.
Well, that's because they had to sell you their 152 add-on packs.
That is very true. They had to make room for that.
I've never seen a game like that. They're still releasing stuff for that game.
I don't know I don't know if 5 is ever going to come out, because they'll just keep adding stuff. Yeah, exactly. They're making money. People are buying it, so.
Yeah, that's insane. The number of, like, the amount. I remember watching a video like a year ago about how much money you would have to spend to buy everything for Sims 4, and it's just insane.
Yeah, it's a pretty hefty price tag.
So what I was getting at is, in all the time playing is, have you run into any mods for any of those games where you're like, man, this could be its own thing, like this should be its own game, and not just like in a story mod sense? Because like, did you play that Skyrim mod that became Forgotten City?
No, I did not. But...
Have you seen any in your time playing Fallout mods or Sims mods? Have you seen any where you're like, man, that should be its own game? Like that's really awesome.
I know. I mean, for 4 and New Vegas, I guess, I don't know. In my opinion, you'd have to change a lot for meshes and textures.
Sure. I just mean more like the concept of it. Like the overall what they were going for. Because there's a lot of stuff that. I think a lot of us modding, we try and make it fit in with the game that it's in, so it doesn't stand out too much. There's some people who kind of go off the rails with it, but for the most part, I think most mods try to feel like they fit in. But just the idea of it, you could sometimes.
There was in New Vegas back in the day. There was a mod. I think it was called like Slaver's Life.
Okay.
And basically, it would put you in the situation where you were in a slave town. You've been captured, and there's all quests and stuff. There's races. I guess I could see that. Just because the particular, situation that it put the character in, it was kind of like a unique, you weren't the hero. You weren't slaying raiders and stuff. It was, you've been captured, you've been defeated. Now you have to, meet people and figure out how to get out of here.
Yeah. So you just have to like pretend to be an obedient slave in that game.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I thought it was at first. I thought it was the opposite, and you were being the slaver. And I was like, "Oh, Elle's got some dreams of running a slave colony."
No.
Can I get a slave simulator game, please? Like, whoa, Elle, whoa.
Oh my goodness, I'll take robots. We'll use the robots instead. Get some synths.
Let's see here. We got some more chat to catch up on. John Geddes, I like the bug when you first meet the Ron, you're staring at the floor because you're not cool enough to gaze upon him. Did you run into that, Elle? Where you walk into the room and for some reason it like it would push your vision down to the ground and then it would lift you up to look at the Ron. It was very odd.
No, I did not run into that one.
that was in it. It got fixed sometime between chapter 1 and chapter 2. Like none of us could figure it out. It was happening all through Alpha. We're like, whatever. It's like it still mostly works. It's awkward, but people will blame Todd for that. Like it will be okay. That's a lot of there's some awkwardness where we leave it in because we can't figure out how to fix it, knowing that like there's so much jank in this game, even in the vanilla, that we could it's like, oh, that's just like even what you were saying when you were trying to think of a flaw, you're like, I think some of it is just Bethesda stuff. Like we get
it's just baked in the game.
Yeah, just there's a certain jankiness about, and it's actually something that's become like charming to me, where like when I play other games that are, you know, arguably better open world or better RPGs, I'm just like, there's something about a Bethesda game's like hokiness that I love. Like it's just like they all have this similar feel to them. Like all their, you know, you can kind of tell that like Fallout and like if you weren't even told, if you were set someone down with Skyrim and then give them Fallout, they would know it's the same creators. Like it's got similar jank to it.
It's always there. It's always present.
I hope we don't lose it all with Starfield.
No, definitely. Yes, we need the jank. Some of it.
So you could bring back a little bit of it. Kaz Daddy, King Gath, or anyone else who knows, how long after the first conversation with Howard should he contact you? I would, most of the time we use 24 or 48 hours for our delays. Right. On a rare occasion, we'll do 72 hours between for when you have to go check
long weekend.
Back. Yeah, the long weekend check-in. Let's see here. Yagi C, do people living in HQ require food, water as per regular settlements and get it all distributed via caravans too? Seems to vary day to day for me. No, they currently don't. It's one of those things that was originally planned to be part of the mechanics, and it might get introduced later. But right now, because happiness isn't a thing, you actually don't need food or water for them. Nice. Let's see. Jennifer Wettress, am I missing out on canon Aiden content by not having played Conqueror? So with the way we look at the Conqueror content is it's like an alternate timeline, sort of. So it would be like there's a point in the Conqueror quest line where it would no longer make sense for Aiden to live the life that he is here. So the way it's kind of going to play out is with Conqueror, we wrote the story around the idea that you pre-built all the settlements, so the world kind of unfolded differently than it did for normal Fallout 4 run through. So it's kind of like, you know, imagine if you had woke up, you know, 50 years after Preston's thing, and Preston had done his thing. He gathered an army of Minutemen, they rebuilt the Commonwealth, and now you're a gang trying to like take it over. And that's kind of the storyline that Aiden's a part of. Is he's trying to stop you, the player, from building up a raider gang and taking over the Commonwealth. So it's canon content of Aiden, yes, in Conqueror, but it cannot coexist with what we've built with SS2 because Aiden takes a different path. But it's a similar one. Like he has the same backstory in both. And like I said, there's a point in our SS2 story where it will make sense for you to play both. And we're going to, if we get to do Conqueror for SS2, which is something I'm really hopeful for, we'll have depending on what storyline you're going through, when you reach the point of no return, we'll have an encounter with the other main character. So for example, if you're playing through Jake's story and you get to a point where it doesn't make any sense anymore for you to play the Jammer quest line, then Jammer is going to make an appearance and make you force the decision. And then the same thing will happen the other way. If you're playing through Jammer's quest line and you get to a point where it wouldn't make any sense anymore for you to go further with Jake's story, Jake will make an appearance and you'll be forced to choose. So it'll be something like that. So yes, there's canon content for Aiden, but it does not work with SS2 yet. It's one of those things I hope to port, but I'm only going to port it if we can finish the story, because Conqueror's story ends it kind of ends and it doesn't finish anything due to some life conflicts with the lead writer at the time. So if we can get the writing finished and get all the voice actors on board with coming back, then we will port it all forward to SS2. Otherwise, you would have to install on a new character SS1, because SS1 and SS2 are so complex and file hungry, like script hungry, that if you ran the two simultaneously, your game would break. In fact, I think I have SS2 set up with a detection script where if it detects you have SS1 installed, it'll warn you and be like, hey, bad idea.
Not good.
Not good. Your stuff's about to break. Let's see here. Quester WI. I finally remembered where I heard Al's voice from. I got a recommendation of a YouTube video he did on the teleporter mod in Fallout 4, and you can use to go to the New Vegas Strip. Oh, that was really cool to see.
Oh, yes.
That they did that. They built that whole world up, especially if you read, like, I think they said they did it in, like, 2 months or something. It's crazy.
That's insane for 2 months.
Yeah, like that. Seeing the strip again in Fallout 4's engine was really awesome.
Yeah, they captured it pretty accurately.
Let's see. All people and let's see. All people says hi to Al.
Oh, hello there, all people.
Kyle, yes, hello to all the people. Kyle Harris. Will there ever be a Sim Settlements 3? I could not answer that yet. Focused on SS2 right now. I will say that I am very, very excited for Starfield. They like, even though their marketing pretty much sucks on it right now, like they just keep showing like screenshots and like guys in a room talking. It's not, that's not very exciting, but it does, like the concept art I've seen of it. It looks like they're going in a direction I'm going to be very happy with. And like, I can't think of a Bethesda RPG where I wasn't just totally enthralled with it on the first playthrough, at least the first playthrough. So like,
exactly,
yeah, they really capture that, like, you're just a dude in a world and you're exploring it for the first time after it hasn't been explored in a long time. They really know how to do that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Starfield, and I'm sure, like you said, yeah, right now not a lot of, just mainly screenshots and stuff, but they seem to, when the game is coming out, they'll just start pumping it out there.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're waiting for like a E3 or some big event where they're like,
reveal it.
Yeah, they'll reveal like a big gameplay video, because when they did the Fallout 4 reveal, they showed like 15 minutes of solid gameplay footage, and they like showed off pretty much everything. They showed off the settlement system, the new dialogue system, the talking character. So my bet is they're trying to delay it as long as possible to make sure that everything's a lock for release. Like that, I do the same thing. Like I don't like showing off stuff that might get cut, because then people get disappointed.
Someone's gonna ask,
yeah, or like, oh, your video promised this and now it's not in there at release, like, blah. But anyway, my point of bringing up Starfield was, if something like that, like obviously like a space sim game where you're traveling planets would definitely have a place for a gameplay of building settlements. So, maybe I'll be so inspired to put some settlements in space, but I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to make those calls right now, because this is a lot of work. This has been effectively my second full-time job for the last 5 years. So
super impressive.
I don't know that I have it in me for a Sim Settlements 3. The only reason we even have Sim Settlements 2 is because, like, Sim Settlements 1 code base was a disaster. Like, it was just me learning. Like, I just kept putting on new stuff and, like, trying to figure things out. So Sim Settlements 2 is like, okay, now I understand how the engine works. Let's rewrite it from scratch.
Right.
And, like, the story content was originally designed to be an expansion. It was just going to be, like, another expansion for Sim Settlements. But then it was like, oh, this is a perfect time to reboot. Like, let's get new, better code in there, and then we can actually have a tutorial that teaches you the mod and has a story that makes you feel like all your work on settlements actually has a grander purpose to it.
Definitely, yeah.
So I don't know if I don't know if I have it in me to do that again, unless it was
number 3.
Yeah, number 3 would be like
whole rewrite.
Yeah, one of the things I talked about last stream was the fact that one of the cool things about us solving all these gameplay mechanics is, like, realistically, like, we could repackage the gameplay out, because there's a lot of work that goes into just like coming up with the gameplay, right? Of like, how much do things cost? What the different tech trees and how that's going to interconnect is like, that could work in a different game format. And like we could reuse a lot of that work. So like that would be more exciting to me, because then, like one of the hardest parts of the modding is like, I'm working together with all these folks and nobody's getting paid, myself included, and I have a full-time job, and so that's fine for me. I have a paycheck, and so I can do this as my hobby. But some of the other people on the team can't do that. So like they, would love to be able to do this for their career. So like, if Sim Settlements 3 had an opportunity where it was its own game, or if Bethesda had some sort of system where they'd paid for mods or whatever, where, I could afford to give a paycheck to some of the people who put all their time into this, that would be way more enticing. Then I might be willing to go back through it all. I don't know if I don't know if I'd be able to do it again for free. Like this is
the same way it's been going. Yeah.
Just with the amount of work it requires. Like I say, it's second job for me. That's not even just the modding. It's just like managing all of this. Like we've got all these community things to do, like obviously this live stream, which I love doing this. It's not me complaining. I'm just saying there's a lot of time that goes into this beyond just coding it. Like there's like keeping a website up, putting together trailers. Like we have to market this because the entertainment industry is so damn saturated. It's amazing anyone plays mods at all anymore with how much good entertainment is out there. Like, do you ever think about the time you spend playing mods, Al, and then think like, there's so many other really badass AAA or like well-polished games I could be playing instead.
Yes, but I always come back to Fallout.
Well, we appreciate you for that.
Yes, I'm having a great time here.
Let's see. John Gaze must be one of the 400 mods I'm running then. Okay. Oh, for the issues you run into. Carvok, the shame of Conk is that it just ended. Yeah, it's such a bummer. I had asked you, Al, about if you had played through it because it ends really. I do remember. I think I remember you playing through the beginning of it, but most of the best story content came in patches later, so you probably moved on from it beyond that. Because our first little quest in Conqueror, we just made a character where just like we need a replacement for Shank from Nuka World. So that people without Nuka World or people who are like, I don't want to have to play all the way through Nuka World before I get to start a Raider gang, that they would have an option. So we wrote this Jammer character, and I remember during the development of it, like I grabbed one of the people who was who had written some stuff for, I think he had worked on the newspaper for some settlement. So we've got this newspaper system in there where the news comments on all the things you've done in the vanilla game. So it's like there's articles commenting on that. And one of the writers of that I grabbed and I was like, hey, could you write us an alternate character for Shank? And he started doing that. And then we realized it was like, it's really awkward for somebody to walk up to you and be like, hey, want to start a gang and beat up settlers? Like this is like, so we needed some build up to it. So then we had to come up with like a little backstory and some introduction quests for him to earn your trust. And then the writer was like, hey, do you mind if I like plant some seeds about future content? And we got so into all his ideas that then like it blew up into this big storyline. But originally it was just supposed to be this little like, it's just a Shank replacement that you could do early game.
Right.
So if you had played through all the content we released in patches, like we were doing it like about, I think every other month we had like this major content patch, and it was like a little mini story that would advance the overall overarching plot. And it is all you had to do to trigger it was conquer another settlement. So it was like after you conquer 3 settlements, you get this little block of story content. Then you conquer 4 settlements, you get another block of story content, etc. And after about the 7th block, it just ends. There's just nothing, like none of the major threads are resolved, and it just ended. And I always felt so bad for that. Yeah, it was a really bummer.
You got to make up your own endings.
Yeah, you got to decide what happens to all those characters. But it was there's like in the last little story block we released, spoiler alerts for anybody who hasn't played through this yet. All of your characters are like about to get slaughtered by Minutemen, like they've got you all kidnapped, and then a courser appears off of a stealth boy and like does this awesome murder animation and runs a sword, this cool cyber sword, through the leader of the Minutemen, and then she goes into slow motion and starts running around diving. We did this crazy cutscene thing we figured out how to do, and like she's introduced in that patch, and then nothing, like no explanation. Like, wait, what? Like we just dropped this like major story twist, and then that's where the content patches ended. It was such a bummer.
I'll have to I'll probably play through that on stream then, because I think I did start up a Conquest playthrough, because I remember having a cat settlers. There was a cat mod. So I had a bunch of cat settlers. I think we were trying to take over the Commonwealth.
If you decide to do that, just remember my thing about SS1 and SS2 do not play well together, and Conqueror is only available for SS1, so you need to do that on a totally different profile.
Right.
But yeah, it's quite the involved storyline. Like that really got me hooked into making story mods. Like now I don't think, like even if I were to go, mod Starfield or if I went back and like started to mod Skyrim or something, or Elder Scrolls 6 or whatever, I don't think I would want to do it without story now. Like the marriage of the systems with story like we did for SS2, it feels so much better. Like it feels, because otherwise, like I can invent systems for days, and if I just jam them all down your throat with pop-ups and stuff, it's too much. Like just think about HQ. Like I think it's already hard to get. I know some people are already like, whoa, that's too much for me. But like imagine how much harder it would have been if you didn't have
any of the characters yet.
Right,
like,
right. It was just dropped on you, or I think the trust that you've built up, that we had built up in you by giving you all this quest content up to that point and all those mechanics of like, okay, well, I trust that they know what they're doing and they're going to give me a fun gameplay experience.
Right.
So if we hadn't had all that and it just dropped you into that system, it would be so much to try and digest in a sitting. The
quests definitely help, bind everything together and give character to what you're doing as well.
And give you a purpose to it too. Like you actually want to. It's like, well, I want to see where this story's going, and if it means I have to engage in whatever wonky mechanics he created, I'm gonna do so.
And I'll go for it.
Yeah. That was always one of the things I loved about the older RTS games. Like there was like Warcraft started it, and maybe they didn't start. Maybe Command and Conquer did. But the old RTS games always would give you a little story, and it was like, to me, it was playing through all that. Like the reward was just to see where the story was going. Like I want to get to the little cutscenes in between the levels or whatever.
Yeah, see how my accomplishing the mission is making the storyline go.
Yeah, so I think I'm always gonna want to do stuff like that. But so Conqueror is really what got me into it. But that storyline we have in there, I think it's really good. I think it's really well written. The characters are really fun. And the combat in Conqueror is I'm really happy with how it came out. Like doing I'm sure you did a little bit of it in your playthrough, but having a whole bunch of enemies attack a settlement is really fun gameplay. It's very, very intense because you got to be careful not to shoot your settlers. And the dynamic nature of it with like, whatever you built, that's like people are going to be running through that. It's really intense combat too.
Yeah, I love the defending the settlements, and from what I do remember playing Conquest, that was like always fun, either taking over one or defending what you had.
It's way more. We went way more intense than the vanilla thing, where the vanilla attacks are 6 or 7 guys, and we're just like, nah, let's just do
Let's
waves.
pump it up.
Let's just jam a bunch of people at the player and see what happens. Let's see here. Edgar, with the size of SS2 in Chapter 3, how do you decide what to include on console? I'm trying to get a PC just to get the full experience, hopefully soon. So we weren't making a lot of determinations in that because we weren't sure how big this thing was going to get. So we kind of, like, for Chapter 1, we put pretty much everything on there. And except for, we had some really big things like the little dogs. We put like 6 or 7 of the breeds are only available on PC. That was like the first time we made that decision. And now we're starting to make the determination of, if it's something you need to play major mechanics of the mod, or if it's quest content, it's going to be on console as well. If it's something extra that you could live without, for example, like custom outfits, like those aren't necessary. They're fun, especially now that we have the camera system to collect them. Have you done any of that stuff yet? By the way, have you done it? Have you found any of the characters in Conquered? So there's a whole little subquest line in Conquered. If you go to the church there'll be a guy named Pastor Edmund, and he'll kick off a series of like 7 or 8 quests, and you unlock some new stuff, and people will move into Conquered, and they'll build up defenses. It's pretty...
Oh no, I didn't know about that.
And you get this camera that's modeled after the Fallout 76 camera, and you can take pictures of people and get their outfits. Really cool system. So more stuff for your Let's Play.
Yes, to explore and
more
have fun with.
So the outfits, that's extreme. That's not necessary for you to. So we can basically move all that stuff to PC only and give all the characters vanilla outfits. Like we won't do it with everybody. Like probably the main cast, like Jake and Aiden and Teresa, will keep their custom outfits and then move all the side characters' outfits to PC only. Or like you can hear all these. If you hear on the stream right now, if you can hear any of the background sounds, we have a thing called the dynamic soundscape. And it basically makes it so that the background sound in your settlement matches what you have built. So since I clustered my industrial together, there'll be a lot of industrial sounds when I'm standing near there. If I cluster a bunch of commercial, there will be a lot of shopkeeper sounds. In your residential area, if you have a high happiness settlement, you'll start to hear like little sounds of like people having fun and being drunk and whatnot in the area. Like all that, that's extraneous. It's nice to have, but not necessary. That will get moved to PC only. Stuff like that. We'll just go through and find everything that isn't necessary to complete the quests or to play the mechanics, and we'll move that to PC.
I didn't know about that audio mechanic. That that explains, because I have stuff built on top of stuff built on top of stuff.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I have a dialogue with a NPC in my settlement, they'll be like, hammering and like buzzsaws going on.
Have you ever heard like you'll hear people saying random stuff like, I can't believe she got killed by a blowfly.
Yes.
Yeah, there's stuff like that peppered throughout it to make it sound like people are talking off in the distance.
That the city's alive. Yeah. I've heard someone singing, someone's like humming a song I've heard a few times. Yeah, definitely makes the settlements more alive.
Yeah, I love that system. That's something we created back in, our lead sound guy, Del Chupanable, created this back with Rise of the Commonwealth for SS1, and we ported it forward because I love it. I miss it. Like, when I don't have it, it's eerily quiet in a
Too quiet, yeah.
Quiet. What's going on here? Adrian Sorelli, do you and Al have some HQ tips? I assume I'll have some more, but maybe Al has some that he's from his playthrough recently. My biggest tip would be to make sure you have caravan services in all your settlements, and get supply agreements set up with all of them as quickly as possible, and then it makes a lot of the rest of the mechanics very easy. So if you're not having to worry about like where your resource limitations, it makes it a lot easier. And then as far as like the only other limitation you have after you get all those supply agreements set up is having enough energy, and to do that, just go recruit all the named settlers and send them to your HQ instead of generic people, because the named settlers tend to have a lot higher stat pools. And that pretty much take care of, and then you just do whatever you want in HQ. Like, HQ is meant to be very forgiving, so there's currently no punishment mechanics, and when I add them, they will be optional. we have a system coming called disasters, where like rooms can start on fire or flood.
That's amazing. Yes.
And that's going to get patched in, and that'll be an optional system. But right now, there's no failure mechanics, so you can build rooms, change them to something. Like, if you don't like what you built, go to the little doohickey on the wall, and you can change it to something else. You can change people between departments as much as you want. So it's meant to be a late game experimentation thing right now. So Al, the quest you're on right now, I think it's Commonwealth Rising, the one where you have to like build up all the power and get all the people there. Like, that quest is kind of like, I described it when I pitched it to the writing team of what they had to come up with, or Sarek, what he had to come up with was something to make the player have to engage in all the different departments and build stuff.
Exactly.
It was just like, it doesn't matter, like the quest's purpose can change later. So like, when we get to, for those of you guys who played through Chapter 1 before Chapter 2 came out, there's the clear divide. Like, at the end of Chapter 1, there's this clear divide, and then you start up Chapter 2 and it's different. Anybody who started new playthroughs after Chapter 2 came out, it's seamless. It just goes from one to the next. And the same thing will happen from Chapter 2 to Chapter 3. Is it will, for anybody who has an old playthrough, there's going to feel like that divide. But for anybody who starts a fresh playthrough or who hadn't finished Chapter 2 yet, it'll be like a more, it'll just naturally flow from one to the other. So that quest will change dramatically, I think, when we release Chapter 3, because it's meant to drag out right now, because it's just supposed to be something to pull you through the HQ mechanics so you learn them all and you engage with them deeply. But we'll have some sort of shortcut system in place for that in the future. But so for now, my tip is lots of supply agreements and send the named settlers to HQ. Anything come to mind for you? Like, did you run anything that hung you up that you had a click moment you could share to?
The thing I'm gonna say, and this will probably, if you get those optional disasters, will probably be a problem. But I would say, when you can, just take everyone except for one person and leave them in security. So just one person in security, and take everyone else out of security, and use those people for stuff.
Yeah, right now, security and admin are basically useless departments. That would be another tip for right now. But they will have tons of uses when I get the full content patched in. But HQ was such a, holy cow, was that an undertaking?
I can only imagine, especially like, man, I can and can't imagine how much work you guys had to have done on like the menus for like building the rooms and all the models for.
Yeah. So all those models and stuff. So there's a guy on our team, Nathan Hoxie, and he came on to do 3D modeling for us. And like, at first I gave him some like art projects, and he did that. And then the next thing he knew, he just became our unofficial like UI designer, because he's just building all these models for the UI over and over. I was like, sorry man, I know it's not what you signed up for, but but it's going to be so awesome. We need them. I was like, have you ever played We based that map idea on the 3D Metroid games. Like the first one for N64 had that kind of like semi-transparent orange map, and I'm like, I want that for HQ. And so we did something like that. But yeah, like figuring out ways to hack the menus to do what we need, because all we have available is the trade menu and the barter menu, and we have to like come up with creative ways to use those to present information. So that's a challenge. But then like there's this massive code base underneath it that this guy who goes by Red Baron wrote for us to handle like all sorts of crazy stuff. It's just massively complex engine to handle taking those little things you build on you build those little blue guys, and then that turns into this, it like runs a whole bunch of code in the background to handle all that stuff, to handle like spending the resources and moving the people to the right departments. It's wild how deep this is, not to mention all the design work to like redesign a full version of 3 different floors of the GNN building. Yeah, to have that stuff in them. Like designers had to go in and do all that stuff. So like people who are like, oh, there's only one option for these basement rooms, is like, do you have any idea how many hours that took? Like we'll get more eventually, because I'll open that framework up to add-on pack authors, and then they can go nuts with it. Kind of like how there's like, I think, does anybody done a count on how many building plans are available? There was for SS1 there was over 2,000. So I'm hoping we're close to that on SS2 by now, if not past it. So I'm hoping one day we get that with HQ rooms where people like just go nuts with it. Obviously with like Starfield coming, it's the with playing, like the number of mods that come out for New Vegas like dropped precipitously when Fallout 4 came out. Like there's still a lot coming out, but nothing like the flood that was coming out daily
back in the day, 2012 or something. Yeah,
exactly. So I think like the same thing, even though it's a different franchise, the same thing will happen when Starfield comes out. A lot of people will quit playing New Vegas, Fallout 4 and Skyrim, and we'll move on to the next Bethesda game. And that means when there's less audience, there's less people who are inspired to mod, so there'll be less mods. So I don't know if we'll get as deep a pool, but I'm hoping we can get.
There'll be people still around. They'll be making weird HQ things, bars, and.
I hope so. I'm like, especially when we get the full system in with all the disasters and everything. I think it's a nice little. It's designed to be where. Did you ever get into games like Evil Genius or Dungeon Keeper or anything like that?
I think Evil Genius. I did play back.
So like those like management sims where you're controlling a base and managing the personnel, that's what I'm hoping we can do with HQ. Like where if you're in it and you want to play it like a real-time game, you can, but it'll also like switch over to like long timers if you leave. So if you want to go play the rest of the game, it's not going to be like, hey, come back, there's a fire, or hey, we need more people to clean the toilets. Like I want it to be a little slower paced for when you're playing the rest of the game, but I think it can work both ways, because like a lot of people, when you get to the end game in Fallout 4, you don't really have anything to do, right? Like once you complete the quest, there's nothing to do in the game. So I'm hoping to fill that gap with being like, here's a game you can play in perpetuity.
No, definitely, I can see that, because it really does add so much, and then especially if you're adding stuff to HQ, that just adds to the cycle of more things you have to deal with / defend or build.
Yeah, and it's to me, it's always been, it's fun, the idea of having like kind of a super player home where you can send all the people you meet, and it's like, I want to gather all these people together. Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts of New Vegas, of having the lucky 38 and being able to send your companion, having all your companions up there. Like that was really cool,
hanging out.
One of the things I would love we could do, I know we're not going to be able to just because of time constraints, but it would be really cool if there were like random conversations between every combination of NPC in the mod. That would be really awesome.
Goodness.
But man, the amount of work that would be.
Like, that would find some like automating program or something to help with that.
If only the AI voice gen was a little better.
Yes.
It's just a little too janky.
It can be used in certain ways, but it does have that jank. You're like, I know you're a robot.
Yeah, I know you have. I can hear your dead eyes. Let's see. Follower Toshi. SS3 would have to be, let's see. First, every full standalone game. No explanation, just bam, SS3 on Game Pass in the aftermath of Gunners vs. Boston War. It would be really cool to... So I remember when Creation Club first came out, and I had poked someone at Bethesda and I asked them, of like, would you guys ever put like sim settlements in Creation Club? And they gave me the bad news that it has to be all unique content. I was like, bummer. So I did ask about that because I was like, I don't want to sell it, but it'd be cool to get it on PlayStation. That was my thinking, because it's a bummer with how many people, especially when Bethesda now advertises SS2 and stuff in the top corner of the game. You know how if you log into Fallout 4 in the top right corner, it'll advertise the mods. It'll say like, this month's mod special or whatever, and that happens for PS4 users too, even though they can't use any of the mods. So they get to find out about it and they can never use it.
Just a tease.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I mean, you should change your system. You should change systems, buddy. Like, 'cause there's better stuff over here to play with.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
But although Sony is pretty good about getting unique titles on there. Like, they've had some pretty crazy good.
Right.
Yeah. Like, what do they call it?
Yeah, Last of Us, and they've got a ton of games.
God of War. Yeah, they've got a lot. They've got a bunch of like must-play titles on there that you can't play anywhere else. So. Let's see here. Kyle Harris, just saying I'm a big fan of Al and your channel. Awesome.
Well, thank you very much, Kyle.
Let's see. Jennifer watches Sim Settlements 3 is going outside and building an actual town in the remote wilderness of the Midwestern U.S. It's a cult and King Gath is the leader.
Do it. Get some custom decorations. Heck yeah.
Let's meet up in the wilderness. Let's build a town. We'll build it out of scrap too.
Bring the ASAMs.
Yeah.
Do it.
Let's see, Matthew Watkinson. King Gath and Al, when FO5 finally comes out in 20-odd years, if the player is not a vault dweller, what would you like them to be?
Ooh.
What would you like them to be, Al?
Maybe, this would curb a lot of playthrough styles. I was going to say a ghoul, but that really does skew.
Right, because then you have 200 years of history.
I was frozen in ice. It's like, it's frozen again. Maybe I would say maybe a caravan guard.
Okay.
Say a caravan guard.
That could be cool. I think I really want to see a Fallout on another continent. I want to see what happened outside the U.S.
Yes, I would love that.
So if they didn't have Vault, like whatever your character is, but just having some character outside of that, or maybe like they could do, if they wanted to build on the Fallout 4, like what if you were a synth, because then you could have whatever background you want. That could be a way to help with the background storytelling. If you just wake up one day and you were manufactured on that thing, and maybe you were a defective synth who saw himself being created. That could,
some other fellow synths.
Yeah, that could be a cool backstory for a character, because then you could make up whatever you want for it. So whatever character you were a clone of, you got to decide.
Right, and especially with the other like continents, like you get a whole different, architectural feel.
Yeah,
and like other were there other countries that had their own vault tech, and what did they do?
I think the most obvious one to do would be China, right? Because then you could do like how do they make fun of capitalism, right? Like we do the over the top ridiculousness of the communism stuff in here. Like you could they would do the same thing for showing how capitalists are the enemy.
The other way, yeah.
Yeah, it could be
how it's continued into this post-apocalyptic future.
Right. So there'd be a lot they could basically just flip everything on its head and do it over there and be fun. And obviously there'd be a huge audience for it if with the number of people.
Right.
So that could be cool. Let's see. Kez Daddy, all glory to King Gath, bathe in King Gath's glow. Well, thank you. This must be my first cult follower to meet in the woods. All people, let's see. All people, I was just wondering, is Al Chestbreach going to have his own character inside of Sim Settlements? What do you think, Al? Would you like to voice a character in Sim Settlements one day?
Sure, if you've got the time and put my voice on some weirdo, sure.
You heard? I'll call out Sir Locke. You heard it first. Sir Locke handles handles a lot of our character casting for some of the small weirdo characters.
Yes, I can do all different types of voices, any type of weird you need.
Let's see. Karvok. I took my character from my Conk playthrough, and he is the guy who is now rebuilding the Raider settlements across the Wealth. Fantastic. Karvok does a lot of our city plan contests and leans heavily into the Raider style, which I appreciate. Let's see. I had always hoped when we did Conqueror we would see a lot more people embrace the Raider, but I think it was like one of those design decisions we made, and we like embraced it for the marketing and everything. That I'm glad we did. It was like a nice change of pace, but I think it turned a lot of people off. Or like, no, I think the natural inclination of everybody who plays Bethesda games is to be the good guy, which is fair.
Interesting, yeah. It's because Nuka World, also you have to, get down and dirty with the raiders.
Nuka World was weird though. Like, what was the thing? Like, now you can just go sack your own towns that you spent ages building. That was a weird mechanic that they introduced.
Especially, and also, I always laugh, like, they wouldn't just immediately kill you after you kill the big boss. I always feel like that one guy'd be like, all right,
shoot him.
Yeah. Yeah. Did my dirty work. See ya.
Thanks, buddy. Let's see, Mither. Oh, there's a question. What do you use to organize your mods, King Ethanal? I don't do mod managers anymore because I don't play with mods much. I'm sure if I got back in mods, I'd have no choice. Like, managing all the mods manually is a pain in the ass. Like, I do it for the few mods I use, and for my own mods, I just edit the plugins, that text file. But what mod manager do you use, Al? What's your go-to?
I currently just use Vortex.
Okay. Have you ever gotten into any of the others? Like, what's the other big one? The mod organizer.
More mod organizer, yeah. A lot of people have suggested that. I do need to just jump in and give it a try, but I'm always afraid of messing up my game in any way. So it's always like when I'm doing a clean install, I have to decide like, all right, should I try something else out? But yeah, like currently, I try not to save the or change the profile of Sim Settlements 2. Just keep it on there. And
yeah. Well, it's a very long playthrough. I remember when you
yes.
I think it was when you were playing Conqueror. I remember you were talking. No, I think it was when you were doing your SS2 playthrough, the first chapter, and then in the middle of that, Frontier came out, and then you went like 45 episodes deep on Frontier, and then when you came back to SS2 because after this chapter, you're like, oh my god, I didn't finish hardly any of this.
Yeah, it's like, oh my goodness, truly intense.
There's a lot of episodes to go through. So yeah, keeping a stable profile. I quit using mod managers because I found that when I was doing multiple profiles, if I would switch between them, they weren't coming over perfect. Like there would be like certain things were breaking. Like, and maybe that was just because Vortex is relatively new, so it had some bugs. But I was having a lot of trouble with the profile switching.
No, yeah, I definitely agree with you. And even now, like when I stream, like I said, I keep some settlements on just in case I don't want to mess anything up.
Yeah,
and
right.
They can sometimes they don't do exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, it's a delicate ecosystem.
Definitely, a lot of wires.
Yeah. Let's see, Choo-Choo-One. When are we getting Al as recruitable settler? So another request for Al the settler.
I'll have to do my voice. I'll get my my sheet on my character.
You're gonna have there. How is your? Do you have you ever done any voice acting for any mods? I assume you have.
Yeah, I've done. Yeah, people ask here and there, and I'll throw some lines in.
How's your setup? We have very, as you can hear from the audio quality in the mod, we have very strict standards on our
yes
on the audio quality.
I will. I have a number of microphones, and we can figure out the best to stay in line with the quality of Sim Settlements.
Are you willing to hide in your closet and record your voice to get?
Oh yeah, I'll get in double closet. It'll be great.
Nice. Let's see, Adrian Sorelli, do you have any HQ tips? Oh, I must have scrolled back up too far. That was
more HQ tips.
More HQs. I need more. So I have a recurring problem with YouTube's live chat. Is for whatever reason when you scroll the mouse wheel and it just jumps all over the place.
Yeah, it does that on Twitch too. Sometimes it's so annoying.
Yeah, very hard to keep up. So I try and like highlight them so I remember where I'm at. Man, I am so far behind on chat. We're gonna be reading chat for a while. I hope you got a little more time, Al.
Yeah, no, okay.
If you're not a late night guy and you need to go, just tap out.
I got my tea, even though I guess that's not really a. I guess that's
it's got caffeine. It's got a little caffeine.
Some caffeine. I got some honey in here.
that's my backup if I'm not feeling coffee. Go to some tea.
Definitely.
What kind of tea are you into? What's your go-to?
Right now, my friend sent me some peppermint tea, so been
I like a good peppermint tea. Whenever I'm ill, that's where I go for. It helps the throat a lot. Otherwise,
yes,
I'm an Earl Grey guy usually. I love that citrusy
I love
flavor.
Earl Grey.
So good.
Got it from Jean-Luc. That's the reason why I started originally with Earl Grey.
Let's see here. Johnny Kimchi, thank you for the donation. Never used mods before. Finally tried my first one, and now I can't stop playing with mods. Thanks for inspiring this Gen Xer to mod games now. First stream, and I've learned more in the last few hours than the last 3 months. You could be talking to either of us, because Al shows all sorts of amazing mods. If you want to learn about new mods that are coming out and be entertained while you do it, go check out Al's videos. They're fantastic. I've been watching his stuff for years.
That's awesome, Johnny. Glad to hear that you're getting into modding. Heck yeah.
All right, now let's see if I can find my space bag. I just got to find the HQ tips, and I know where I'm at. Let's see. Here we go. All right, Quester WI, thank you for your comment about Command and Conquer. I started my computer career working at Westwood Studios. Oh, awesome.
What? Oh, that's fantastic.
I wonder. Oh, my cousin worked at Westwood briefly. Do you know? Oh, I can't name drop him on the stream. I'll DM you. I wonder if you knew my cousin. Let's see here. Discmaster. Sounds like you had a good vacation, King Ath. I did. I had a great vacation. Thank you.
I heard you were in Florida, right?
I was in Florida. Yeah, most of my family moved down there. Well, like my father retired, moved down there. Then and my parents have been divorced for ages, and my mother independently moved down there, and then two of my sisters moved down there too. So it's just like
that warm weather.
Yeah, get sucked down there. And with all the after COVID, like with all the remote work people are doing, like my sister and her boyfriend both got arrangements from their jobs to just move anywhere in the country and keep working remotely. So like, well, we're going somewhere cheap and warm.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Let's see, Chichu1. Sometimes the camera does not want to take pictures of some NPCs. Is there a reason for that? Yeah, we discovered it recently. It's so the way the camera is set up is it looks for certain slots on the. Here's a fun behind the scenes thing of how that camera works. Actually, let me see. Do I have it on this character? I think I do. Let's see here. So the way it works is because I do everything in my code I do so that it does not require. Yeah, here we go. Pro snap camera. So that it does not require F4SE. So to do this, there's a command that we have access to with Papyrus that you can unequip a slot. So you can tell an NPC, hey, unequip whatever you're wearing in slot X. So we have them unequip their torso slot and their helmet slot, and we capture that information. And so what that means is that when it's being captured, the NPC is briefly naked for a split second, and that is why we have. See, did you see it? Or it flashed their clothing? So when we're in this mode out here, it flashes white to cover up the nudity. And it happened to be thematic cover. But if you're zoomed in, you can catch it. So if I zoom in here,
oh yeah,
sometimes you can catch it and they'll go naked for a second. So if the armor doesn't happen to use the slots that we're pulling off, then it doesn't capture their clothing. So I can fix that. I just got to recode the camera a little bit to try and unequip all slots. The problem with it is, and I think in testing I had it set up to do all their slots, and it would end up with a lot of duplicate items or like weird items would end up. So the way this system works, Alan, for anybody else who hasn't run into it, is you take a picture of the seller, you take it to this Taylor character, and then he'll get a copy of every piece of equipment that was detected on them in his inventory. And so that's why I was trying to keep it to the main stuff. So their main piece of gear, not like other random armor. The goal wasn't for him to be selling you like combat armor shoulders and stuff. So I limited it to just the main torso slot and the helmet. But it turns out a lot of our equipment, a lot of the vanilla equipment, doesn't use either of those slots, and so then that stuff doesn't get captured. So that is why it works like that.
I like that workaround for with the flash and the inventory. That's pretty cool.
gotta get again creative restraints of modding.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, excuse me, Carvok. There are some good plot choices, but more is always better. I know there's more on the way. Like I said, next patch we've got some CPD custom building plans that are going to come. So where you have CPD officers wandering around your settlement. There are some stuff from the old SS1 mega packs. XV is working on porting that forward. Some of the stuff we have permissions for. So there should be a lot more building plans coming out over the next couple months. Let's see, Bethy, was some of the stuff in SS2 inspired by the Fallout Shelter mobile game? The special stats being used for specific room plot types and disaster rooms you mentioned sound similar. Yes, very much. I loved Fallout Shelter. When they announced Fallout 4, that was like I think I had just come off of a couple times in my life I've taken multi-year breaks from video games. I had existential crises where I'm like, I'm wasting so much time in my life. I could be productive, and then I would go on this crazy creative streak. And I think when Fallout 4 was announced, I was just coming down from one of those creative streaks where I'm like, I'm ready to relax and play some video games again. And then they announced Shelter was available then, and I just got sucked into it. And like, I usually hate mobile games, and Shelter's not particularly, I don't think it's a particularly great one, but it hit me just right at the time. Like, I was ready for games, and that was going to tide me over until Fallout 4 came out. And I think I like the special tie-in. Like, I like that, and so we used it a ton in SS2. And the disasters, I think those were in that. The disasters were more inspired from Evil Genius and Dungeon Keeper. This idea of you're managing a facility, and another big one I used to play is Theme Hospital. But that type of game where you're managing staff and stuff goes wrong, I like those type of games. So or like that, the things going wrong are what inspire you to change the way you're doing stuff. So it's like, oh, there's too many people puking on the floor, better get more janitors. Or Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'm sure we've all played that, some version of that. Those type of games where there's just stuff going wrong, like, and that helps you do stuff.
Gotta find solutions.
Yeah, it drives the gameplay naturally. Like, that's going to be one of the things, one of the key points of the disaster system is like, you know, you start going too far a direction where you're like what you said, Al, like, just pull everybody out of security. Like, there needs to be some sort of punishment mechanic for doing that, or people can just ignore entire departments.
Right.
And that's kind of where those come into play. But the special stat tie-in definitely came from Fallout Shelter. Like, that's why all the plots have a certain special stat that are targeted toward them, and the training plots exist. Of like, I liked that little part of Shelter. I thought that was a good use of it, because I like the thematic thing of special. I think it was very cool that worked out. The acronym worked out to basically fill up all the types of things you could expect from an RPG, like of stats. Right. It worked out really nicely. So yeah, we leaned into that hard. So special stats end up being super duper important in SS2. And yeah, you're right, because of Fallout Shelter. I have no shame in copying great gameplay mechanics from other games. Like, I think
if it's fun and it works, like, just go with it.
I think that's pretty much what's going on in all the games industry now. It's like taking different ideas from different genres and mashing them together and finding cool stuff that works. Like, there's not a whole lot of completely unique stuff coming out anymore. It's just more like interesting ways to mash things together.
Right, especially with like VR and stuff. That's just people figuring out what works and what doesn't.
Oh yeah. Have you done much VR?
A little bit. I get dizzy, but I've gotta work through that.
Yeah, you gotta get your sea legs.
Yeah. What about you? Have you played any?
Yeah, I played. So I got when VR, when the Oculus came out, and what was the Vive?
Right.
I remember doing a demo at a GameStop. Like, it was like traveling to different GameStops, and you could go play, and I was blown away. And so I bought one of each headset. Like, I invested crazy in it. I bought one of each of those new headsets, bought a new computer for it, spent way too much money. And because I was like, this is the future. This is where all gaming is going to be. I want to get into it. And then I got that too. I got the motion sickness. Like, all the... and then when they announced the Skyrim and Fallout 4 were coming out for it, I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be the greatest.
Prepare, yeah.
Yeah, and then I still to this day can't get past the seasickness phase. Like, it gets me every time. And then, like, for hours after I'm playing, I feel nauseous. And I was like, that's not worth it.
Yeah, same. Like, and I don't know. I've tried to push through it, but then, like you said, you're sick afterwards.
Yeah.
You're like, that experience was fun, but I feel horrible now.
It's the same reason I don't drink heavily anymore. It's like, the last night was fun, but was it worth sacrificing 12 hours the next day to recover?
And a headache, yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same type of thing. But also I find VR to be very lonely. Like, you're inside this helmet, you're trying, and I get, like, that's the ultimate immersive experience, right? But it's too immersive for me. Like, I come out, like, when I play like Fallout or Skyrim or something, I'm like getting heavily immersed, but I still hear, like, occasional car drive by, or my dog fidgeting around upstairs, like something to remind me that I'm still part of the real world. And like, I don't like the total isolation of VR either.
Right, you're like totally switched into it, and then when you're done with your session and you take the headset off, and you're like, whoa, back in a different world. Like,
it's very jarring.
No, for sure.
I could definitely see, like, if the games were better, like if the games were like Ready Player One quality, where like you're totally immersed into it, I could see just like wanting to never leave that. Like, I think they covered this in Inception, right? Like, people who just like perpetually stayed in the dream state because it was just better than real life.
Right,
Or they did that. I did this in what was that? What's the name of that? I'm trying to think of the name of the show. There was a show on Netflix. It was based on a book series where it was kind of a cyberpunk theme, kind of Blade Runner-esque. It's had Joel Kinnaman as the main actor. Anybody know what I'm talking about? And it was like the concept of the sci-fi was like somebody came up with a way to download all your consciousness onto these chips. And so when rich people would die, they would put themselves in a new, they called it a sleeve.
Yes.
You know what I'm talking
Altered
about.
Carbon?
Altered Carbon, yes. So in that show, they covered that idea too, that some people were just perpetually like jack into VR because it was like, it's so much better. Or The Matrix, obviously, was the original one to cover that. Of like, it's just so much better than real life. Like, why do you want to leave?
Why would you, why would you want to go out of that reality?
I can feel a little bit of that from VR. Like, if I was like, if it was just a touch better, you had maybe a wider angle viewing, and like that was your first gaming experience as a young person, like, man, I'd have got sucked in. Like, I got sucked into video games hard when I was a teenager. I can't imagine if it were that good, like how much more the draw would be. VR is scary.
Yeah, it's got an interesting future, and just like any technology, just the positives and negatives, just got to find that middle ground.
Yeah, for some of the stuff they show for using it for like medical purposes of like people being able to do remote surgeries with robots, like, that's crazy awesome. But then I think about like how I guess part of it is like, as a parent, like I have kids, so like seeing like, oh man, what if one of them got addicted to VR, and knowing how I got addicted to like 8-bit Nintendo games, and it's like, oh man, like how easy would it be with this other stuff, with this way cooler stuff.
Yeah, if it gets right, like it's easier to get off of Mario 1 than GTA 7 in VR. Yeah.
I've been playing a lot of Mario 1 lately. I'm teaching my 4-year-old how to play.
He is fantastic.
He is a master of level 1, and then half the time he gets to level 1, 2, and he's like, I'm just gonna die on purpose so I can do the other one again. And I'm like, all right.
I don't like the cave pipes. Thank you.
But
that's great.
Those games were a lot harder than I remember.
Yeah, they had to extend, I guess, the playtime sometimes with difficulty.
Well, I think it's because they came off of the trying to milk your quarters, right? So those games were all made for arcades. So it was like, well, we got to make sure you die a lot.
They're dying. Put all these holes here. One shot kills.
All right, let's get back to questions here. I fell behind there. Let's see. Kez Daddy, Oblivion style HQ. Have you heard of the Gunner's Horrible Creatures? I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you have any idea what they're getting at there?
Maybe, I don't know, just like maybe they're imagining Oblivion GNNHQ.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know you could go.
Let us know.
Yeah, trying to clarify on that. I'm lost. You could I have thought about like we have the code set up. This was a major overhaul we did midway through because I love doing this. So we usually, like, when we're developing systems, we're just like, all right, make it work for what we need. And then I go back through and I extend it. Like, okay, now I want to make it so that people can do whatever they want with the code. So, like, we had HQ all working and it was hard-coded to GNN. And I'm like, all right, now I want to abstract it all and make it so it can work with anything. And I remember Baron being like, is anyone really going to make their own HQ? Like, that's so much work. And I'm like, I don't care. I want people to be able to do it. Because I hope one day the modding community will, like you said, like, people are modding these games for like a decade, right? And they'll keep adding more crazy stuff to it. So it's like if you build it, they will come eventually.
Exactly. You provide that framework, someone's going to use it as a creative outlet.
Yeah. So I'm hoping to see more crazy HQs, not just GNN. So the code will support that. That would be. So if somebody wants to do an Oblivion style HQ, you got my blessing. The code will be there for you. Let's see here. Edgar, with the RTS Command and Conquer in my head now, all I can think about is the third Red Alert and Tim Curry escaping to the one place capitalism can't reach. Oh, the FMV cutscenes on that were hilarious.
I loved Red Alert. Red Alert 1 was like one of my first RTSs, and like all those cutscenes are just, I mean, they're different tones, 1 and 3, but they were all fantastic.
Yeah, those were some good games. I remember there was always like I don't know if it was a divide or if it was or what was going on there, but it felt like you either loved the Blizzard style or you loved the Command and Conquer style, because they were very different in the way you controlled things. Like, it was more like Command and Conquer seemed to be more ahead of its time with like all the all of your things you could do just like on your command bar. You didn't have to go run around trying to find buildings. And then like, you know, you play a Blizzard game like Warcraft or Starcraft and you have to like go find the building and queue stuff up. I was always more into I always liked the Blizzard style, even though it was harder.
Because Blizzard you could usually build wherever you wanted. I know Command and Conquer had to be like a certain amount of tiles next to like previous buildings.
Oh, right.
Weird idiosyncrasies like that. Yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of iteration on that formula. It's kind of been dormant for a while. Like the last big RTS I remember seeing and it was like a nice change of pace on the format was We Are Billions. Like that was a cool idea.
That's right. I played a little bit of that. That was a fun game.
There haven't been a ton of RTSs coming out lately. I mean, there probably have been in the indie space, but you don't really see a lot of. And then I guess even We Are Billions is indie. You don't really see any mainstream RTS games coming out.
I played that Halo something. It was something Halo where you could command units.
Yeah, Halo Wars, right?
Halo Wars, yeah. That one had kind of a maybe more structured building of buildings, but yeah, still in that vein.
All right, we had another super chat in there for 5,000 something. I don't know what that W is. This is Caillou Dong. Thank you for the donation. Missed the stream. Glad I'm on time before it ends. Kudos to Al and KG for the coolest stream. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caillou. I think I googled it. I think it's a South Korean won. That's what Google's telling me.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let's see here. Kez Daddy always forcing people into the closet to disc. I think that was about you going in the closet to record.
I will go in the closet and I will record my lines.
Godzilla, do you use Vortex's collections? No, I haven't used them yet. I need to because I want to make like an officially supported SS2 collection. I think that's going to be cool.
Yes.
I think this, and I think this is one of the problems that some mod authors are concerned about with the collections and with the Wabbajack collections is that when those become the primary source of most new players modding, that if you're not in a collection, you're basically dead in the water. And I think that is accurate.
Okay. I could see that.
I think the majority of downloads are going to come from collections in the future once that's out of alpha. And so I want to make sure that we're, if not part of everybody else's collections already, that we at least have one for ourselves, so that people can get a head start on it. Because modding is cumbersome. I mean, do you remember modding? How hard it was to mod back in the day before we had all these fancy mod managers? And stuff?
Yeah, it was a lot of manual adjusting, and making sure text files have this as one. And yeah, a lot of which sometimes I still mess that up even with the managers.
Yeah, even with the managers, you can still end up with buggy playthroughs. So so that's us who are passionate about it. You can imagine like random person who's never modded before, if like their first experience is a broken crashy game, like they're gonna just be turned away from the hobby.
Modding it's always crashing. They take it from that.
So I think the collections are the future to grow because people are, like I was saying earlier, there's so much great stuff you can do for free or virtually free, games have these crazy lives now, like the amount of hours you can put into any game that comes out anymore is nuts. It's hard for people to justify the time on a janky, broken, modded playthrough, when they can just pick up another game for cheap and
it'll just run fine. And they won't have to.
So I think if we want to keep the new blood, especially the youngest generations who aren't going to be willing to put up with the headache, because I think a lot of us who mod heavily, like especially any of us who are in our 30s, 40s, like back in the day when we were gaming, like you could play every game that came out. So then like modding was like, oh, there's a way to get new content without having to wait for new games to come out. So then we learned to deal with the headache because it was worth it to get new entertainment, but now you don't have to do that. So like I think if we want to keep new blood coming in, which you need, like all mod authors started out as mod players. So like if you want to keep having new mods come out forever, you need to have new players coming in all the time too.
Exactly.
So I think mod collections are a must, and I want to make sure that we're not left behind.
You guys will not. Guaranteed.
I hope not. I hope Bethesda does a little better job of, if they do a special edition Fallout 4, they do a little better job of the backward compatibility, because man, the Skyrim scene got murdered when they switched over. It'll be interesting
Yeah,
if they do
yeah.
a New Vegas remaster or something, how that will work with the mod scene. I can't imagine it'll support it. Like, so much of New Vegas relies on the different, like, the script extender and what's that? They got some other like must-have. They've got a couple now.
There's a
must-have
number
things.
of like must-have, especially when you download the Frontier. They're like, you need these because otherwise, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stuff to just enhance the engine capabilities and bug fixes.
Make it
and stuff.
smoother and yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they, because now that Microsoft has acquired all this, I can't imagine they don't move on the New Vegas license at some point. They know how valuable it is.
Yeah, they would have to. It only makes sense.
So it'll be interesting to see if they, how that does with the modding scene though, because Skyrim to Anniversary Edition now there's a lot of mods that got left behind.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely we can just wait and see.
Just wait and see, indeed. It's only a matter of time before the money printers get kicked on.
Turn that one on. Remaster it.
Carvac, Yorkshire Tea Gold is the only one for me. Isn't that the one that the Spiffing Brit drinks? I love that guy. His videos are fantastic. Let's see here. Mither, new patch Friday or next week? Next week. So since I was on vacation last week, I did not have time to prep a patch. I started doing a little bit of work on it today. I like to give our testers a full week to test stuff. So if I can get enough patch content by Saturday this week, then yes, we'll have a patch next week. Otherwise, it'll get pushed back yet another week. Because I didn't realize when I was scheduling out patches that my vacation was going to fall like right in the middle of 2 patch cycles. So it might get pushed back 2 weeks instead of just 1. Choo-choo-1. Will the rooms for HQ be getting some love in the big HQ update? Some seem to be missing items like furniture. Any of those issues, so it's as long as people are reporting that stuff and have screenshots and everything and have tried refreshing the room to show that they're not broken, we'll get them fixed eventually, but it's a bit of a hassle to fix them. So since it's mostly visual bugs, I haven't been making it a priority. I think people would rather deal with the occasional floating item and have me fix mechanical issues. That's been my focus. So eventually one day we hope to have them all fixed, but as you guys have seen with like city plans that came out 3 years ago, they still have the same floating items. This just ends up, priorities end up being toward mechanics and quests over little visual glitches. Because it's a Bethesda game. Some amount of jank is expected.
Gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Kyle Harris says, all the custom NPC on Xbox. Yes, all the custom NPCs are currently on Xbox. Let's see, Kez Daddy. So really, Aiden did have reason to be afraid of the camera. The Eldritch being that is. Yeah, because the camera would make him naked. He can't accept that. The Eldritch being that is the soul would make him naked for just a second. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Oh no, text jumped again. Let's see. Alan Rays. I've probably asked this before, but can't remember. Will SS2 be compatible with SS3, or will they have to start a new game for SS3? There's not an SS3 in the works. So if you mean Chapter 3, yes, it'll be compatible. You will be able to use your existing saves for that. Kez Daddy. Oh, expanding on the Oblivion style. That was in reference to the conversation ages ago about random conversations between settlers and HQ. Oh, Oblivion style conversations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
I love the real life Oblivion memes. Those are fantastic.
Yes.
Let's see. Carvog. Next big RTS I'm waiting on for is Homeworld 2. Oh my God, Homeworld is how many? That's like 20 years old, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I recently watched. There was like a whole history someone had put on YouTube of story of Homeworld and everything.
And they're just now making a sequel?
I guess so.
I guess that's that money printing press.
They're bringing it back.
Yeah, just get those nostalgia dollars. Let's see. Kyle Harris says all the customers. Oh yeah, that already answered that one. Choo-choo-1. What are Al's hopes for Starfield?
Ooh, I guess I have very low expectations for things. I would like more than 4 dialogue options.
Oh, okay.
And
I would like to be able to walk and pull a trigger and
yes, shoot things,
maybe loot some stuff.
yes, some nice menus. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I hope the story's good. But yeah, give me characteristic checks and stuff. More not just all combat, I guess. But I'm just keeping an open mind. Whatever comes, and then hopefully easily moddable, but we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see where they go with that direction.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird with the mod stuff. You would think it's automatic that they would make it easily moddable, but like then with the push toward microtransactions and the way they've been handling 76, it's suddenly like maybe that's not their priority anymore.
Right? Yeah, they could change it, and Starfield's a different IP, so Fallout and Elder Scrolls always got the modding, but we'll see.
Yeah, here's hoping. I would ask though, now that you mentioned that, are you more of a fan of the open-ended backstories than the fully fleshed out one like in Fallout 4? Or do you not care either way? It's fine.
Like you mean having like a set kind of searching for my child?
Yeah, exactly. Like as opposed to the like here, people talk about the the protagonist of Fallout 4 having too much of a backstory, and it makes it hard for them to feel like they can create their own character. I didn't feel like that the other Fallout games had any better. Like the Courier still like they had a job, and like maybe you didn't know much about their life, but you don't know much about the lives of Nate and Nora either, like other than their career.
Right.
You knew the Courier's career, so I never understood that criticism against Fallout 4 versus New Vegas.
And even in 3, like your father was set in stone. Like there were a number of things that were set in stone. I mean,
well, your whole life, right? You live as a baby, and then you go through a child, like going through the birthday party.
Exactly. Yeah.
Your like whole 18 years are presented in front of you.
I mean, I wouldn't mind them having like a main thing that the story wraps around, and I'm sure it's easier, just writing wise and like gameplay wise, not having to deal with every single different variation. But I'd be fine with basically what they had for Fallout 4, and just have that kind of set story framework, and then you can change yourself in different ways throughout the gameplay.
Do you ever find yourself using those like startup mods where you can do alternate backstories, or do you not bother?
I mean, for streaming, I'll just because I don't want to have to play through Vault 111 15,000 times.
Right.
There are a few that I do play that skip me past Vault 111. I wish there was one. I'm sure there is that would skip me past Preston. So I always feel like I have to do that because then I don't know. I feel like sometimes the game messes up. It's like you got to go to Preston. He's waiting for you.
That was exactly why the Conqueror thing we added.
Right.
You just walk up and murder them, and it was like a big warning of like this is gonna break all sorts of stuff. But if you want to do it, go nuts.
You can do it.
I've never cared about all that backstory, but I would agree with the general consensus that I do feel like my backstory is way more open in an Elder Scrolls game than in a Fallout game. Like I feel like I'm a much more of a blank slate. But I think that more has to do with like there's a bigger distinction between like mage, thief, and warrior archetypes in the Elder Scrolls games versus in Fallout. It's just kind of like, isn't everybody just a stealth sniper? Isn't that just like what we all do?
It's all just people with guns, basically.
Right. Yeah. Let's see here. Oh, here's a good one from and I'm sorry, you told me how to pronounce it earlier and I didn't read it. I remember seeing it briefly and I was like, I need to write that down. I'm gonna butcher it again one more time. Ahego Comics. What video is Al most proud of?
Ooh, I think the montage. I think the montage were the Farewell New Vegas. I think so.
You got a link you can post them? See if you can find that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this one. I could be wrong. I think I'm wrong. But I will I'll hear it actually. Not Farewell, the Fall. This one was pretty ambitious, but I'll send a link in the chat. Let me get a share. The montages haven't been doing them as much recently, just because they really do take a lot of time in cinematics and everything.
Yeah.
But going back to Sim Settlements 2, you guys figuring out like the cinematics.
Yeah.
And like where that stuff will pop up. I really enjoyed that, especially in the the gunner's vault, like that whole interrogation scene with Jake.
Oh, that came out so
like,
good.
Very pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh, this is awesome. Just a little cutscene going on.
It's fun. It's fun to make the engine do that. It's
No,
not
definitely.
it's not designed to do that at all.
Yes, I posted a link. Yeah, I'd say follow the radios right now on the spot. But just there was a lot of companions and a lot of custom scenes I had to make in the GEC and stuff.
Ah, okay. So you've done a little modding yourself.
A little bit, yeah, here and there. I have like a cursory, a lot less on Fallout 4 just because the Papyrus scripting language trips me up a bit, but yeah, I know a little bit.
Right on.
A bit.
Did you end up finding a link to post in chat?
Yeah, I posted in chat.
I'm just wondering if it got blocked.
It may have. Did Al Chestbreach pop up there? Or no, probably not.
It might have, and I just am not seeing it because I'm half blind here.
No worries.
All right, cool. No, I just wanted to make sure that people got a chance to see it. So, if that's the one you're most proud of. So occasionally you go through and kind of make what do we used to call?
Yeah,
that?
little scenes or
what did we used to call?
machinimas.
Yeah, machinima. Thank you. Yeah, I miss machinima.
Back in the day.
It's not a thing anymore, and it really.
Yeah, the name is like changed, but yeah, I occasionally, set up little scenes, have some NPCs walk here and back and forth, and
nice.
Very simple scripting.
Sure. Yeah, that's cool. Q21, if you're looking for RTS, Iron Harvest is really fun. I feel like I've.
Ooh, yes, I've heard about that. I've seen a lot of gameplay for that. It's like a World War I steampunk.
That's right. Yeah, it's got the crazy.
Like
robotic
walking tanks.
Yeah, walking tanks.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Carvox, sorry, I'm at Homeworld 3. Okay. Oh yeah, Homeworld 1 and 2 were the old ones, so Homeworld 3 is coming up next. Still, it's weird for them to bring. That's a strange franchise
right
to bring
after
back.
So many years. Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, Chuchu1. How did Al come up with the characters that are his companions, Jerry, Cuddles, and Steve?
Jerry, they were all mods, so it's all the modding community. Steve was named like Kevin originally, so I renamed him in the GEC as Steve. I was reviewing him. Jerry was part of Buildable Bots, and I did a contest to pick his name in the comments, and I've gone back to the video, and like some of the other names, like Jerry could have had a horrible name. Like, I don't know if I would have killed him. I mean, he died and came back, but I don't know if I would have killed him off and kept him dead. And then Cuddles is part of the Baby Deathclaw Commander mod, where you can raise your own Deathclaw.
Oh, nice.
Just previous mods I've played, and I said, oh, I like this creature. It's gonna stick with me.
It's always funny when people do the name something with a poll. You're asking for Bodie McBoatface, right?
Yeah, Bodie McBoatface. They're always gonna choose that weird one. You're like, God damn it.
That's part of whenever we do. So we did a thing in Conqueror, and we're gonna do it again at some point for SS2, where we like give the player an option to choose the name of something, and then the characters would say it. So in Conqueror, you guys name your gang, and the characters would call it that. We know that there's some number of players who just want to see the world burn, so we have to give them one dumb option in there. I don't remember. It was the Fat Men was the gang you could name it.
And I think I chose.
Of course you did.
The Fat Men.
And if you didn't, and you went to your audience for a poll, they would have chose the Fat Men.
They would be like, you got to do that one.
Yeah. And then I think Jammer's like, really, boss? The Fat Men?
Yeah. All right, you're the boss.
Gotta throw that one option in there for.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Let's see. Oh, and here one more. Kayudong. We need unique settler voice by Al. So that's
don't worry.
Third time's the charm. It's coming. And if not a settler, a talking cockroach.
Yes,
probably.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
hey, you over there.
The voice of Steve, the robotic cockroach. Let's see, El Chirula. Guys, I think we're gonna wrap up in about 10 minutes. If you got any more questions for Al or myself, please post away.
Ask away, chat.
Yeah. Let's see. El Churulo S. I really enjoyed Al's old vids playing Tuesday Z during the Al Troll Breach vid. Did the two guys getting trolled find out they were in that video?
think they did. Yeah, back in the day, back when Daisy was young, I would play and record. I think a lot of those people that I encountered in game would pop up in the comments, and I think at least one of them did. I trolled someone. Well, not really. The lightest of trolling. I would just sing. It was a classic Al. I would sing and run away, and they couldn't kill me.
That was a good game. I remember I got into that a little bit.
It was a very fun game. I've kind of reminds me of PUBG, but had the zombies though, which was fun.
Right. I think it was built on the same engine, right? It was built on the.
I think so. Yeah.
The same engine that PUBG originally was built on.
Yeah.
Let's see, Carbach, does Al make settlements or use city plans? Do you build a lot manually? I know occasionally you do.
I build everything manually. And to give credit to the Sim Settlements 2 system, it does look natural, even though I've shoved all these weird squares and I'm not choosing what appears.
Yeah.
It does always come out. I really like my sanctuary, and then the drive-in. My drive-in, I downloaded a third-party building, so it's huge, structures you can build. So I built in the center of the drive-in. There's just a giant skyscraper. It's
Nice.
that's my radio / media settlement where I send all my fun companions.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I like that part of Fallout 4 of just being able to theme up a settlement, send people to it. I actually was shocked they didn't go more into the settlers as rewards mechanic. I thought that was...
Yeah, they were just they're all just nameless random people that show up.
I think there's 6 or 7 people you can recruit other than the companions. It was this is what a missed opportunity, because it's like a, you get tired of getting bad weapons as rewards, Dance hands you the NPCs hand you weapon rewards a couple of times. Early game they're pretty good, but they're quickly outclassed. The game, and it was such an easy way to give here's a companions were the original, that's kind of a reward, right? You go through and do a quest and you end up with you go do the TV station quest and you get strong, that's awesome. And those were great, but the settlers were just an easy opportunity that I feel they missed, where they could have given you dozens of them. People would have been ecstatic about that.
No, definitely, and just adds more characters to your game, and
people you can go check in on periodically. And you could see that they eventually they must have figured it out, but it was probably too late by development time, because that's what they did in the mobile game we were talking about in Fallout Shelter.
Right. You'd get special
settlers were your reward.
And
yeah. And so they clearly caught on to that, but probably too late in dev, and they had to ship with what they had.
Yeah, put it out.
Yeah, that's one of the things I find interesting about and why I think there's so many obvious mods that come out, is because I think the Bethesda's busy creating their sandbox, right? They're creating all the new gameplay mechanics and they're creating the world, and that a lot of times, and I know this from developing my own stuff and developing some settlements and whatnot, is a lot of the best ideas don't come until you've got it all together and mashing and you're starting to play with it, and it's oh, this is that opens up this new doorway of thinking about all these fun things that you might not have seen, and while it's all in concept art form. And so by the time you get that far in development in a AAA title where there's money, you don't have time to pursue it. That's probably their DLC, probably a lot of that comes from that, of oh, wouldn't it be cool if we could we have this cool robot system where in the CK the pieces are on, what if we let the player do those pieces? And that's how Automatron was born.
Just expand upon it, right?
Yeah.
Automatron was great.
It was that was a really complex DLC for people are rag on that, oh, it wasn't enough content for the money, and it was I don't know, I disagree with that. That's a very complicated technical system. Yeah.
Switching those parts in real time, and there
was probably a lot of overhead engine wise for them to get that up and running, so probably pretty expensive from their perspective, because I can't imagine how I would add that in as a mod. It's crazy, right?
Just a lot of checking of different things, I'm sure.
Let's see, Choo-Choo1, thank you to you and Al for all you guys have done for modding. Al is the reason I got into modding from his Wasteland Defense videos back in New Vegas.
Nice. The I guess not the very first building, the Fallout 3. There was a mod that was one of the very first building places. But yeah, not sim settlements. The New Vegas building mod was super fun. You'd have to like find parts for like solar panels. Very
cool.
very light quest system,
Yeah.
but no unique NPCs or anything.
Right. Yeah, that was what was that? Settler or something Settlers, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to
remember it.
think of it.
Yeah, a lot of people claim that Bethesda stole that idea and turned it into the
Right,
Fallout 4
yeah.
settlements. Yeah. Let's see, Kez Daddy, do you know who will be the guest for next week? No, I do not. Like Al was like, we talked about it. We talked about you in my last stream, and I'm like, I'll just ask him. Maybe he'll come on the stream. But yeah, no, I don't.
He asked me. I was like, sure.
Yeah. I don't really. So like with when I used to do my podcast, one of the reasons I stopped doing the podcast is it became like too much pressure to find good guests because I kept getting like all the most well-known mod authors on all these big projects, and then it was like eventually I ran the well dry, and it was like now I feel like the next target's gonna have to be like Bethesda employees, and like that's gonna require a lot of schmoozing, and
right.
then I was like, that's not what I want to do. Like I'm happy to talk to these people, but I don't want to have to like do all the coordinating and networking. So like who we get as guests and whether we have guests each week is really going to be just a matter of circumstance. Like
roll of the dice.
Yeah. Did it work out? Did someone give me an idea for someone to ask? Like, I'm not really planning this to be a thing. This is just something fun to do. Did you have fun, Al? I had a good time talking with you.
I had a great time.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much for having me, King Gath. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you showing off the mod. It's
yes, of course.
It's fun to see.
I don't know. I will say Mike Burnfire. I don't know if you've ever talked to him.
Mike Burnfire.
Mike Burnfire. You ever heard of him or no?
I have not.
They do New Vegas moddage as well.
Okay.
They do like a lot of story stuff, and they've dabbled in like New Vegas multiplayer. Not making it per se, but using it and such.
Oh,
which
nice.
I have not. I tried one of the multiplayer mods years ago. Very janky, but I know the more updated multiplayer mods for New Vegas are much more like stable and such.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mike Burnfire.
Okay.
I would say.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm on. So I don't know who the guest is going to be next time, and I don't know if we'll even have a guest next week. We'll see. We'll see how we go. But I'm glad I got to talk to you, Al. It's been fun, and like I said, I was not exaggerating in that email when I said you were a very important part to the Fallout modding scene.
Thank you. Appreciate that, man.
There's no money in modding. So everyone does it for internet points, and more than internet points is seeing authentic reactions from people. And then especially, and I think like, even though like I tell people all the time on here, like I don't care how few views you have. I'm not interested in like you having a bunch of views, but people like you who have a big subscriber base and get a good number of views on your videos, it's more likely I'll actually even find your videos, right? Like, there's probably a lot of people who have done SS2 playthroughs, and I've just never found them because the algorithm determines that it's not worthy.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's nice to have folks playing the stuff that have some attention, just so I can find it, because I love watching your reaction. It's nice to see you playing through the mod and I can see some of the rough patches where it's like we got to work on that and make sure the learning curve is a little less steep there, or seeing those eureka moments like, oh, I think I got it now, or watching you play how I expected. It's very, very rewarding, and I think all mod authors would agree with that, is that it's very cool. Like, so, like you and a couple other people, it's like, oh, Al finally played my mod, I made it, this is awesome. So it's been awesome to watch you play. It's always fun checking out your playthroughs, and I love watching your playthrough of SS2, obviously, but I think every mod author would say the same to you. Is like, it's so fun to watch you play my mod. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and fantastic work on it. I've been enjoying every minute of it, and just y'all have done some amazing work, and I'm really enjoying it. Reinvigorates the game for sure.
Well, you got more to play. It sounds like a little bit more left in HQ. I don't think you've seen any of the Conquered characters. Head over there and head to the church. And then sometime later this year, we should have Chapter 3 to wrap up the story, and there'll be plenty of content there.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks everybody for donating, and especially thank you to Al for making the time tonight.
Yeah, of course.
All right. We will catch you guys all next week.
See you, everybody.